You are on, Counselor Beta.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Finance Committee, November 29th, 2021 at 5:01 PM. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Counselor. Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Villarreal,
Present.
Counselor Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
I'm here.
and Counselor Beta.
I'm here. Okay, the next item is approval of the agenda. Are there changes from staff? Ms. McCoy?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, changes from the committee. Can I have a motion regarding the agenda itself?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Lindell.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
yes. I was, go ahead.
Counselor Romero Worth
Yes.
and Counselor Beta.
Yes. Okay,
Chair,
yes, Counselor Lindell.
Chair, I'm concerned with the length of this agenda, that we also have 3 presentations tonight. I know that we just approved the agenda, but honestly, I think that this makes for a very, very long agenda unless, as chair, you might be able to request that the presenters keep their presentations pretty brief. I mean, 3 presentations and an agenda that goes through the alphabet 1.5 times is a pretty big agenda.
Thank you, Counselor Lindell. Ms. McCoy, I assume that Secretary Ginsky is with us this evening, right?
Mr. Chair, yes, she just joined us.
Okay, and then how long is the presentation from Mr. White going to take, and also your quarterly report?
We can keep that to about half an hour.
Both of them, so 15 minutes each?
Yes, we will be
Okay.
brief. It is important information to provide our quarterly financial updates to the Finance Committee, but we can keep it brief. You all have the quarterly report in your packet. So if you have any questions, we can always address those questions at the next meeting or whenever at the pleasure of the chair.
Okay, so we'll just continue along with the agenda, but if it is starting to take a lot of time, I mean, the childcare funding opportunities will have a presentation, and this is going to be the first of, I'm sure, several more between the other committees and then council ultimately. So maybe we can hold off a lot of our questions after the presentation for when we have further discussion at other meetings, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the committee. So with that, if you can keep B and C to as brief as possible, that would be great. But let's go ahead and move on. Let's start with approval of the consent agenda, items to be removed. And I'll start with Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. Item D and item G.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette.
I also have A and G, and I'd like B, F, and Y to be removed as well.
And Y. Okay, let me get there. Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. Co-sponsor item C, item D as in dog, item co-sponsor item H.
Okay, so when co-sponsor, do you want them pulled or you just want to be the co-sponsor on
I'm
that?
just co-sponsoring. Item, hold on. To go down the alphabet here. Item, where is it? N as in Nancy.
Okay,
Item R. Item X.
okay,
Item Y.
okay,
Item AA.
okay,
And I'm not sure why those were all separated, but they all lead up to the main item requiring a budget adjustment, which I did pull, so that might help the discussion. But I'm not quite sure why they were separated, maybe so we would know which departments were each requesting budget adjustments. But that's why I'm pulling those items, because I have further questions about them. And I think that's it.
okay, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Mr. Chair, I believe everything I was interested in pulling has been pulled, but like Councilwoman Villarreal, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor on item F. And I would just note, Jesse, if you're listening, I did ask to be added as a co-sponsor when that bill was introduced at our last council meeting, and I don't think it got captured. So if we could correct that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, and I will pull item T for discussion. So let me make sure I captured everything. So the items that we're going to remove for discussion off consent are A, B, D, F, G, N, R, T, X, Y, double A, and that's what I have. Is that, did I miss anything? Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes,
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes. Okay, the
Thank you.
consent agenda as amended has been approved. So that brings us to item 5, approval of the minutes, the Finance Committee meeting minutes of November 1st, 2021. Are there changes from staff?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Changes from the committee? Can I have a motion?
move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes,
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes. Okay, so thank you. That brings us to presentations. Our first presentation 6A is childcare funding opportunities. And with us this evening is Secretary Elizabeth Graginski from the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
having technical difficulties. I've never not had my camera working, so this is my first video call of the day. So I apologize for not being able for you to see me, but I'm really happy to have been invited to talk with you tonight and to share a little bit about my own experience working in early childhood. I am the first cabinet secretary here of the governor's newly created early childhood education and care department. But my history in early childhood goes back a couple decades. And I did have the good fortune to start my career working in a county, in Adams County, just north of Denver, worked with a lot of municipalities within those counties, school districts. And so I can appreciate the role that all of you play and the important role that we have as leaders at the state and local level to really maximize all available resources that we have to build stronger systems for families with young children. I hope all of you know, but maybe you don't know, we're created in July 1st, 2020. The new department came into fruition and brought together many, almost all the prenatal to 5 programs across the state that were in 3 different agencies. And really just a recognition that New Mexico has been a leader here in the nation, recognizing that this period of life, the ages 0 to 3, are the most important period of development in a child's life. And what we do as policymakers and as leaders to create the conditions for families and children really can make a difference for their lifelong health, development, and of course their learning and ongoing outcomes in their life. So I really do appreciate the leadership that Santa Fe City Council is showing around being invested in finding solutions. We know that in New Mexico, we have a child care deserts. We have childcare deserts across the state. In Santa Fe, it is particularly concerning because pre-pandemic, we already had a crisis in terms of the amount of care available to families, especially for babies and toddlers, infants and toddlers. We know that we've lost at least 6 childcare providers through the pandemic that were providing this vital care. So the department, since day one, I mean, again, we weren't even a department when the pandemic began, but really started looking at the relief dollars that were coming to us from the federal government to build on strategies that our administration had already been thinking about and doing. So we know the workforce is critical. We see it across private and public sector, all industries, workforce is an issue. We know that the work that early childhood educators and professionals are doing is vital to, again, not only those children's future outcomes, but to their parents' ability to go to work, for our economy to recover. And so we're very focused on what can we do to support the workforce in coming back, new people coming into the profession, but also those who are in the profession, really recognizing their contribution and helping them improve their credentials and their degree through scholarship programs, through wage supplement programs. So these are some of the activities that the department already had underway and continue to build on with the federal relief dollars. We also have been thinking a lot of working with the child care provider community and advocates across the state and here in Santa Fe to think about how do we make sure that our child care industry is strong. And so most of you know that the largest portion of the early childhood funding and child care dollars that came to states and to New Mexico was in the form of child care stabilization grants. Passed through, we received it here at the department, $177 million. That needed to immediately, we needed to find ways, at least by December, all states are required to have released 50% of those funds out to eligible child care entities. We're pretty proud that we're one of the first states that were able to stand up an application, get the word out, and of our 1,300 eligible entities, 1,004 applied. We're excited that we had 37 providers in Santa Fe County apply. We don't have it by city, but that almost equaled $2 million that went directly from the federal government here to the ECECD and then out the door to providers in your community. We also have released a one-time payment for early childhood professionals who we really worked with the provider community to say, bundle this with your stabilization grant, advertise out there to attract people to come, those who had left the field to come back, but others who were looking for a new career and a way to make a difference to come into the profession and have this one-time payment. We have 207 professionals who have applied so far, so almost a little over $300,000. that have gone out to early childhood professionals in Santa Fe County, again, using those federal dollars that we want to stimulate both the local economy, but also stimulate the industry and the profession to get people excited about it. I think the other thing that I want to point out that we've been investing in is, and this is using our state general fund dollars. The unfortunate thing is we've seen a real decline in enrollment. We're now it's ticking up, but during a huge part of the pandemic, it was down. And so the governor authorized us to provide payments on every early childhood contract, $200 for every contract, just to help stabilize prior to us receiving the federal dollars. And so we did between March 1st of 2020 and November, probably we went September, October of 2021. Santa Fe County programs received over $800,000 in additional resources from the department, again, to shore up their low enrollment, to help them support some of the additional funding that they had to put out to adhere to the COVID safe practices that the department issued. During some of that was lower group sizes, other things with the screening and the keeping parents, not allowing parents to come in, required them to have extra staff to do some of those checks. So those are some of the ways that we've taken the federal dollars and also our state general fund dollars to help support the industry through the pandemic. But we know that more is needed, and we know that our local partners are definitely part of that solution, because that's, your families and your communities best. And so I'm also interested to hear from all of you kind of what you're hearing from families, what you're hearing from people in your community of the ways that we can work together to strengthen not only the childcare industry, but just the early childhood programs and services for families and children prenatal to 5. So most of the funds, I'm just looking at some of the questions that I received in advance. So those are some of the big funds that we have invested. The stabilization, we put out almost $157 million, so across the state. The one-time professionals, we estimate will put out another 14 to 16 million to help support that part of our industry. And then we're also looking at other ways that we can support communities. We issued a local early childhood system building grant. That grant application just closed, and we'll be making awards to local entities within communities. That could have been any type of jurisdiction, a nonprofit, a government entity. And so those announcements will be released later this week. And that's our attempt, because we recognize through our statewide needs assessment, through our early childhood strategic plan, that it's by local government, local entities, local partners working together with the state that we're going to be able to drive strategies and investments that will meet the needs of families and young children. So that's another area that we are looking at with the new federal, if the Build Back Better passes, which we anticipate it will, that will then bring a lot of dollars to New Mexico to expand pre-K and to expand childcare. I think the exciting thing about the childcare portion is that there will be actual dollars to invest in brick and mortar. So that will be supply building dollars, quality dollars, a huge amount of the first years of funding, no match required, will be for us to build capacity. So this is where I look to local folks to say, where are their businesses, where are their buildings, where are their facilities that we could use these dollars to renovate, to refurbish, to expand. If there's a wonderful childcare provider in the community that would be willing to expand, do they have footprint near their building? Could they expand to another area? So we want to be a partner with our local cities and our counties in helping you think strategically about what your assets are. Are those in a community resource center? We're thinking about it at the state level. Here in Santa Fe, of course, we have state buildings. Are there places with changes in how people are working, some more teleworking, that these spaces could be looked at, facility assessments done, and determine if these are quality places to provide care for children We're talking with the school district. They're interested, of course, to have teachers, and how do they support teachers with childcare? So I think what I wanted, my message to you is that we're a full partner with all of our local cities, our counties, in really helping maximize the federal dollars, but also allowing you who know best your financial assets, but also your built environment assets. How can we be thinking together about sharing that knowledge base and just really being partners in providing the kind of quality environment? I guess I always say, families live in communities and children live with families. So if we don't have strong communities, it's going to really be hard for a family to really well support their children. So that is a huge commitment that I have personally. The work, as I said, I did in Adams County, working in a county level department, running a Head Start program. It was wonderful to see when we had the police departments and the municipalities and the school districts coming together to think about ways we could leverage each other's assets and really find the investments and the dollars we needed to fill the gaps. So I'll end with that. And if there's anything specifically I can answer or questions you have for me, I'm happy to, I know you have a busy agenda, but.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Secretary Gerginski. I know that you and I have a number of opportunities that we'll be able to speak on this in the future. But looking at some of the areas that I know that Santa Fe has really been challenged with, it's our workforce and not having nearly enough individuals in the workforce. And this is really the problem that we've been seeing, is that even some of the childcare centers that I've been speaking with, who could expand if they have the space, they don't have the workforce capacity. So I was happy to hear some of the work that that you guys have already done with some of the one-time incentives, the wage supplementation. And I'm just curious if there's anything else to add in that area. And I know that this will be a topic of discussion in some of our future conversations, but if there was anything else that you had to add about that piece of the puzzle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilwoman Cassett. Yeah, it's such a good point you raise. And I think where we feel that we have a lot to offer in terms of the workforce is a career, a profession, to become part of a profession, to become part of a community. 100% books, tuition paid for. People want to come in and start a career in early childhood, mentoring available to professionals. So I think we have to work together to package it as this is a way that you can come into a profession. And with the recent decision we made to expand access to childcare through the expanded eligibility, which I should have talked about because that helps families. But I think we're all concerned about the lack of care in Santa Fe. So even families who can get access, they're seeing wait lists of hundreds of children in front of them. So to your point about the workforce, for Santa Fe, we need to focus on more capacity, which starts with the workforce. So packaging it, we've talked to the childcare community. Make sure you're talking about this as, get you in the door. We're going to get you connected with higher education, a wage supplement. And the state did release, we updated our childcare rates to be much more competitive and to base it on the cost of care, not the price of care. So that we are the first state in the nation to do that. Under Build Back Better, every state will be required to do that within 3 years. So that gives us another opportunity to look at, if Build Back Better passes, we could even update our rates further to increase those, per hour rates. We see the standard wage now seems to be $15 an hour for any type of employment. And so we want to make sure that in early childhood, people are paid that at least, if not more, especially when they're caring for our most precious resource. So I would say working with the childcare community to package it, working with the workforce development, any of those strategies to make sure that early childhood is a profession that's being talked about. For decades, it hasn't been because it is a low wage job, unfortunately. And so it doesn't rise to the top of workforce boards. Like let's promote this, but yet we see this huge, our people can't go back to work because they don't have access to childcare and the disruption to the entire economy. So I think making this a priority in any of your workforce strategies, and that's where you can work with the department. We're working with all the higher ed institutions on beefing up and strengthening their early childhood preparation programs, looking at cohort models and other innovative ways that we can attract a workforce to do this very valuable and important work.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I really do look forward to some of those more in-depth conversations. I know the child care community in Santa Fe, that's really been a big discussion, and there's a lot of ideas percolating. So I really do look forward to those future discussions. And just to put it on your radar, in terms of other things that we are hearing, is that even when there are spots, those spots don't cover the needed hours, even for individuals who might work a typical 9 to 5. But of course, Santa Fe, so much of our economy, so much of our workforce is in hospitality, which is not going to be those traditional 9 to 5 work hours. I don't think that has been as much of a discussion on the forefront quite yet, because I think at the moment it's the biggest hole to plug is the lack of providers and the lack of professionals. But I know, as somebody who's really focusing on this, that's a piece that I also want to make sure that we continue to talk about, that this is a problem that we need to make sure that we are covering all types of workers in order for them to be able to get back to work, get to work, and provide money for their family so that they can feed them and house them and all the things that we really need money for. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that at the current moment, but it is something that I want to make sure is on your radar and that I'll of course be bringing up in future discussions.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. That's such an excellent point. And I have been working with our tourism secretary, Secretary Schreier, and Acting Secretary Cerna at Workforce Solutions on this exact issue, because as you said, tourism and hospitality is a very important part of our economy. Some of the ideas we're thinking about, since they have extra space, again, could they provide on-site childcare? I mean, it goes back to the workforce issue, but non-traditional hour care is absolutely something that we need to get on all of our radars and think about how to grow more family childcare businesses, which is typically where a nice, a more homey environment for kids to be cared for in those later evening hours, even sometimes overnight and on the weekends. But that is something that we are talking about. We're working on a toolkit for our tourism and hospitality industry of ways they could think about supporting their employees with childcare options. So thank you for raising that. And I agree, we have to do more thinking together. And I welcome, and I know my team welcomes, ideas that get generated at the local level of really, we have to innovate together and co-create some solutions to get ourselves to a better future state for our families and children.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and stop now in the interest of time, as we do have quite a long agenda, but I really do want to thank you so much for being here. And I am really looking forward to continuing this conversation and having more presentations coming forward to the governing body and our committees. So thank you again.
Thank you for inviting me. And again, I'm sorry I couldn't be on video, but it's wonderful to see you. And I definitely look forward to more conversations. Let me know how the state and this department can be supportive of Santa Fe's strategies.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, well, thank you, Madam Secretary, and look forward to continuing the dialogue and other committees and also the council in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCoy, next is our November 2021 economic update. Mr. Riley White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. White is joining us. Again, just a reminder, Dr. White will be sharing a PowerPoint presentation with us on an economic update. We have committed to providing the council these regular economic updates along with our regular financial updates to keep you updated throughout the year on how the economy is going in these times that have been proven to be quite uncertain. We do have more positive news to share with the committee. As I think that's been the trend the last few times that Dr. White has joined us. So we look forward to hearing his update on the national, state, and local economies. Dr. White, I'll turn it over to you at this point to share your presentation.
Thank you so much, Finance Director McCoy, and thank you so much to the members of the council. I completely understand. I'm also having video trouble. I can't seem to get my camera to turn on. So similarly to Secretary Gurginski, it's an honor to follow this, but the good news is you don't have to see me. I will go fairly quickly, but reasonably at a reasonable speed through this very compelling economic information that we have before us today, and give you all kind of a overview of sort of what's happening with the city of Santa Fe and the economic update. You've seen me up here before. My name is Riley White. I'm an associate professor of finance at UNM, but in this capacity, also the principal of Erebor LLC. And to give you a sense of this, we're going to start with the national economic outlook. There's a couple big points to discuss. The first is that unemployment has improved dramatically, but growth has been uneven in the economy. Real GDP, we estimated at the beginning of the year, we thought it would be around 6% growth this year, and it's going to end the year around 5.5% growth. That is a very big number. Strong growth is likely to continue through 2022 at about 4%. Inflation remains a concern, and it remains elevated. We know that CPI, the Consumer Price Index, reached about 6.2% in October. And that was driven by a broad number of things, including energy, food, shelter, and cars. We have both a combination of record job openings, but also a record number of people who are quitting their jobs as well. And one concern as we look forward in the next year or two is we look towards this ratio of how many people are quitting, how many jobs are available, and the sort of unevenness that we've seen in the job market growth rate. When we look at this, the great labor market as a whole, we consider this sort of a reassessment. The big picture is there's about 4 million people who have dropped out of the labor force for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is certainly childcare. Another are retirees who have retired early. And we have fewer workers now than we did prior to the pandemic by quite a sizable number. And getting to a sense of this, and I wanted to talk about this fairly briefly because it's on everyone's mind. Where is inflation coming from? And this is a graphic from the Washington Post. During the last year, we've seen inflation rise. We've sort of had a large series of economic stimulus in the economy, as well as a very rapid recovery following the downturn in April of 2020. Right now, when we look at where the prices are increasing, you look at that big purple bar, most of that's in energy, followed by shelter, food, and again, and we saw that used vehicle surge in this summer, still continuing to affect people's ability to buy automobiles. And supply chains are disrupted. All these things tied together sort of corresponded to sort of a perfect storm of higher than normal GDP, higher than normal inflation for October of this year. There's been a lot of talk, is inflation transitory? And how long is transitory last before it becomes something that is no longer transitory? And the big key is that we're still looking at a number of these issues are caused by supply chains, which are global, but have very strong local effects. And some of the headwinds are going to expect it to go away as we approach 2022 and 2023. And hopefully inflation, we expect, will come back down to a little bit more manageable levels. When we go back down to New Mexico, some things to point out. New Mexico unemployment is still about 6.5%. That's about 47th nationally. Big gains have occurred in trade, professional, and business services. We are still lacking jobs, and we're lacking a lot of economic progress, although a lot has been made in the hospitality and leisure sector, where employment is still about 10% lower in New Mexico than before the pandemic. And it's such a big deal here in Santa Fe. So we expect that wage growth will continue through 2022. When we look at things that help drive inflation for the long run, wage growth is one of those things. But on the other hand, our supply chain issues are likely going to be resolved in the next year. So looking at us as a whole, New Mexico, the historic unemployment rate, we are down now almost to where we were prior to the pandemic. But again, the job market doesn't look the same as it did prior to the pandemic. And that's why a lot of people feel that in many ways, The labor reassessment is very much still ongoing. Our recovery is still ongoing. And when we think about local unemployment dynamics, looking at Santa Fe County and the number of weekly unemployment insurance claimants, we've seen steady improvement since the beginning of 2020. We had that large drop off where that chart drops off, or where the additional supplementary UI benefits expired. Since that time, we've seen steady rates in Santa Fe County reaching below 1,000 consistently on a week-to-week basis in the last 2 months. Real estate prices, though, remain incredibly high. And as you can see from Santa Fe's this data is provided by Zillow. The most recent data that we have for Santa Fe, we break the 500,000 barrier for average home price. And that rate, look at the trajectory of that graph. The slope of that graph is the red line in Santa Fe. And as that slope it's unsustainable at this rate. But that said, there's nothing unless the Federal Reserve steps in and raises rates. The Federal Reserve raises one rate, that's overnight lending to large banks. And what this does is it often has a very long-term effect on rates across other sectors of the economy, including stuff like mortgages. So until rates go up, we're not going to see sort of a change in this procedure. We need ultimately housing, like many other issues, is also a supply and demand concern. How many units are available and how many people want to buy those units? One thing I would like to note in sort of a combination and to echo the words of Secretary Gerginski, is that childcare and workforce participation are a big deal. And speaking as both a parent of a young child myself and the impossibility of getting childcare in Santa Fe, but also it's a fascinating dynamic because it doesn't affect population groups equally. As you can see, we looked at the change in labor force before 2020 to 2021. This data is provided by the Brookings Institute. But men with young children, men without young children, they've mostly recovered their employment. People have dropped out of the labor force. Women have dropped out of the labor force, particularly with young children. And that's very, very important to note. Because when we look at a scarcity of jobs, a scarcity of people who are employed, and a scarcity of other economic issues, these become collective hindrances on growth. Going back down into Santa Fe, uneven economic growth is the picture. And I want to reiterate this because there's certain sectors that have recovered well, some sectors that have not done, are not near where they were prior to the pandemic. Right now, the Santa Fe unemployment throughout the metropolitan area stands at about 5.4%. That's down from 7% in July. To be counted in unemployment, you have to be looking for work. And so what happens is that you have to, the people who have dropped out of labor force aren't incorporated in these numbers. There's roughly about 3,500 fewer workers in leisure and hospitality, 1,500 fewer in government. When we compare job growth in metropolitan areas across the country, Santa Fe ranked 361st out of 396. Tight labor market conditions are likely to continue, higher wage growth through 2022. One bright spot particularly here is that construction has remained particularly strong. If we look at building permits right now, we know that they've achieved sort of, at least looking at private housing units authorized for building permits in Santa Fe, they've reached sort of a steady high level compared to prior data that extends prior to the pandemic in 2020. And so that still remains robust. When we think about inflation, though, and I know a lot of the constituents as well as many of my fellow Santa Fe residents, inflation is a big concern. The consumer price index rose again 0.9% in October. That's a very high number, 6%. We have to kind of blow off the dust in our economic and finance research to figure out how inflation affects certain things. The bottom line for municipalities is this: inflation will likely increase GRT revenues derived from taxes from the city. It will likely also make things more expensive when you think about budgeting processes and other aspects. So there's good and there's bad, and both of those are significant. Now, this is the largest amount of inflation we've had since about 1990, but again, we expect that this will in turn start going down next year as fuel and vehicle prices and silicon chips and other things, as these supply chain issues start resolving. So if we go back down, the bottom line is this for the city of Santa Fe: economic growth and recovery is going to continue. GRT and lodgers tax revenue will continue to grow. Inflation is sort of this double-edged sword. Again, it'll help boost the bottom line of the revenue takings, but it increases costs. and it increases wages. Robust tourism revenues are continued. And leisure and hospitality sector is still expected to continue to bounce back, but again, they're constrained by labor force issues. Rising rates in 2022 will likely slow or help slow the appreciation of property values. And then inflationary pressure as a whole should gradually subside. The supply chain issues will continue to affect residents, companies through the next year in many different capacities. And so you have a sense overall of what's happening in Santa Fe right now. And I kind of went over and I glossed over a few things, but I kept it to slightly under 10 minutes. So I hope that works. Does anyone have questions that I can answer, hopefully? And I'm so sorry about my camera. I don't know.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. White. I don't really have a lot of major questions. Just a clarifying question on one of the graphs about the Great Labor Reassessment.
Yes.
And it says 2.9 million unemployed but misclassified as employed or not in the labor force. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Exactly right. And so when we look at unemployment data, the number that gets quoted most often is called U3. And U3 is a specific number that deals with people who are actively looking for work, but it also ignores workers who might be underemployed, workers who are in fact unemployed, but misclassified as employed or not currently in the labor force due to the nature of how they collect and utilize this data. In many cases, what they do is they take a big survey of employers, and this provides us with the data that we need on this. And so when we think about unemployed workers, this is part of a large sum of workers, numbering in the millions, who are in a position of not of having nominally being employed or not unemployed. They're not seeking unemployment benefits, but they're not currently working. The 4 million number is what we expect is the total number of people who have completely dropped out of the labor force. And so all of those factors are significant. And when we talked about the downturn, it hit about 17 million workers across the country. And to still have, even though our unemployment rates look good, we're missing groups of people who are not being counted correctly by the nature of this unemployment calculation.
That's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Okay, other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Let's move on then to our final presentation, which is the FY22 first quarter financial report. Ms. McCoy.
Thank you. Before I begin, I would like to introduce the staff that is joining us from the finance department. We have Alexis Lotero, the assistant finance director. We also have Bradley Flitch, our planning and investment officer. And I'm happy to announce tonight that we also have joining us Andy Hopkins, who has been promoted to our budget officer. So I'm going to go through the presentation very quickly, but all four of us will stand for any questions if the committee members have them. I do want to reinforce that this presentation has pulled out highlights from our more comprehensive first quarter written report. That first quarter report, as all of our quarterly reports, are posted on our website as well for transparency purposes, and was also included in the packet in the agenda items tonight. That quarterly report goes over tables very similar to what you see during the budget presentations. It reviews the all funds and the general fund, both the revenue and the expenditures for the first quarter, as well as projections out through the remainder of the year. In addition to that, it does do a deep dive into our revenues, property tax, what we're going to be going over with you tonight, GRT, property tax, and lodger's tax. And in addition to that, Brad also dives in to a section on our investment portfolio. So I do really encourage the committee members and the members of the public to take a look at that more comprehensive written report. But to move through this, we're going to start with the federal and state updates, give you a brief recap of our refinancing that we've recently done, and then take you through highlights of our major revenue sources through the first quarter, and then end with a summary of the budget adjustments that are before you for your vote this evening. Next slide, please. So this first item is a federal update. I think, we've all reviewed this several times. Part of the economic strength that Santa Fe has seen was a result of the federal legislative response during the pandemic, including the CARES Act, ARPA, and then some of the subsequent rounds that we've seen more recently, the Secretary Gerginski had alluded to in her presentation earlier. And just a note, we are planning to receive $15 million in federal funding from ARPA, and that will be brought to council in early 2020 to be budgeted. Right now, Kira Ochoa and Rich Brown have been leading a series of community engagement to be able to solicit feedback from our community on how the city should spend the ARPA dollars. So we look forward to a presentation and a recap of that work. Next slide, please. The state update, the state also has extremely good news, really following the state level update that Dr. White just gave us. Oil and natural gas production revenue for the state of New Mexico has been leading the state recovery. The state is also showing a very strong economic recovery, with the latest state revenue projections totaling $1.4 billion in new money for the state in FY23. That's a significant rebound. State economists also did note that New Mexico did lose over 100,000 jobs during the height of the pandemic, which is significant, and it could take until after the pandemic into 2026 to reach those pre-pandemic job levels across the entire state. As you all know, the state's legislative session begins in January of every year, and the city will actively be lobbying for additional capital outlay funds for our key capital projects, as well as other legislative priorities. Next slide, please. This is really a highlight. I'm just going to skim through this, but all of the details are in our have been in our press releases as well as in our quarterly reports. Here, really, the highlights are that the city of Santa Fe recently received a AA+ and AA ratings by Fitch and S&P Global for our subordinate lien GRT revenue refunding bond. So we have also received an affirmation of all other bonds with the same ratings. So this is extremely good news for the city of Santa Fe, for our financial health, for our economic stability. The ratings agencies did cite Santa Fe's strong economic fundamentals and our city's sound budget management during the pandemic as reasons for affirming these ratings. Again, not all municipalities with a fluctuating revenue source, such as GRT, did receive affirmations after the pandemic. There's a lot of our sister organizations that aren't in as good of a shape as we are in. So again, just really wanted to give a very strong kudos to all of the city staff for managing through the storm very well. Next slide, please. This slide reviews our taxable gross receipts for the city of Santa Fe for the first quarter. Our taxable gross receipts for this first quarter totaled $1.2 billion, which is up close to 40%, or $317 million from the first quarter of 2020 fiscal year. This is a really great rebound that we're facing since those lows of the pandemic. The good news is our taxable gross receipts for Santa Fe businesses also exceeded the pre-pandemic levels during the first quarter. That's the blue line that you see for fiscal year 20. And that we exceeded that by 18%, or $173 million. Our gross receipts received in the first quarter of FY22, and our Dr. White also alluded to this, were particularly strong in accommodations and food services. So the tourism, some of our tourism industry, this is returning to our historic weight of about 15% of our total taxable gross receipts. It's really important to note as well that retail sales have also been particularly strong, coming in each month over $100 million. So this is, again, a really strong rebound and recovery from the lows that we saw during the onset of the pandemic during calendar year 2020. Next slide, please. This slide shows our GRT revenue for the first quarter. This also shows that our GRT revenue, similar to taxable gross receipts, is outpacing our pre-pandemic levels. The distributions, as you all know, come from the Taxation and Revenue Department. So we just received in the month of November, the September GRT distribution. We have very good news to share. We gave you a breakout last week in a memo detailing all of the different economic sectors and what is driving this rebound from last year. In total, the distributions for the first quarter were 36 million. This does not include the 2.7 million tax settlement with New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department that we received, and we actually received that in the month of October. The total first quarter distributions for FY22 was 33% greater than the FY21 distribution for the same period of 27 million. It really should be noted that in July of 2019, the city also did receive 3.7 million in a one-time payment from TRD due to a filing error by a particular class of taxpayers. That's why that blue line for the month of July is 13.8 million is a little bit higher. But if we subtract that out, we are still posting growth to pre-pandemic levels in the month of July. So what is the takeaway for us as a city? So far this year, the city has received 36 million, or a third, 33% of our total GRT budget of 109 million and we still have 9 months left in our fiscal year. This is also the height of our economic driver during the summer tourism, but 33% is one of the highest numbers that we've ever posted for the first quarter. So we are doing extremely well at our GRT revenue. We expect it to come in higher than the 109 million that we had originally budgeted back in the spring. Next slide, please. Property tax collections and lodgers tax collections. These are our other two main sources of tax revenue for the city of Santa Fe. During the pandemic, our collections for property tax actually did decrease by 3%, or about a little over 300,000. In FY22 year to date, we have received 175,000 in revenue, which is on course to meet our budgeted levels. Lodgers tax collections, as we've heard, the tourism industry is bouncing back, and the city is benefiting from gains in our lodgers tax revenue as well. The large collection that we received in June of 2021 was the result of lodgers tax payers actually catching up with past due payments. In FY22, for the first quarter, we have total reached of 3.3 million in lodgers tax revenue collection. The good news is that the finance department is continuing to fill our vacant positions, and we have just selected a candidate for our lodgers tax administrator, and we expect this person to be coming on board in January. So this is part of the department filling our vacant positions. Next slide, please. So where we're at this point in the evening, you'll see in your agenda later on, and a few of those items have been pulled for discussion, are a series of investments that we have as part of a mid-year budget adjustment. We have separated those budget adjustments department by department, in some cases for the larger departments like the Public Works Department, division by division, for your review. At this point, these are all critical to operations to ensure that our city is on course to provide a high level of services to our community. So what does that mean? We have split this into two different buckets. One is a recurring pot of investments, and one is a non-recurring pot of investments. The recurring investments total about $2 million for our budget adjustments. And this will be funded from our second quarter revenue that has exceeded what we had originally budgeted in GRT. The proposed mid-year budgets make investments in core city operations, everything from salary increases for various classifications to aid in retention and recruitment, creation of 7.5 new positions in key operational areas from community services, land use, HR, and the city attorney's office. I believe a few of those have been pulled for discussion this evening. 15, we are also proposing to fund 15 vacant unfunded positions in various departments throughout the city. And additionally, some operational expenses both at the MRC and parks. So this is really continuing investment to bring ourselves either back up to our pre-pandemic levels or to fill those key critical positions that have been held vacant through the pandemic, and to, for your review and consideration, creation of 7.5 new positions this year as well. The non-recurring investments total $3 million. The bulk of this is to aid in retention and in hiring for all positions across the city. So we recognize that we're as Dr. White had reviewed with you earlier, that we're nationwide and here locally as well, we are facing what has been deemed the Great Labor Reassessment. That labor reassessment has really focused us on having difficulties in hiring and recruiting and really making a focus for the city. Brad, if you can go back to the PowerPoint presentation, thank you. So we have dedicated $2.4 million for retention incentives for employees to be able to retain the workers that we have currently, and $300,000 for hiring incentives to assist with recruitment into the city for our vacant positions across all departments. Again, this is not just something that the city is dealing with in terms of recruitment and retention, but we're noticing this as a labor challenge across many different industries, including government sectors. Also included in for your consideration this evening are various one-time parks and MRC projects. This includes the Regal Park slide and MRC investments as well. So these are also key critical things that if we fund now operationally, we can make sure that we have time to spend this money throughout the remainder of the year. And that concludes the first quarter updates, the high level view of our update. And we stand for any questions.
Great. Questions from the committee? Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess one of the questions I have is, so our GRT is up in the first quarter. And I guess the great unknown is where will it level off, right? How long will we continue to either see it going up, or will it at some point correct and go down, or will it be, where will it become consistent? How do you think about that? Are there any predictions, anything that guides some sense of the unknown?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Romero Worth, that is a great question. I think that's also why we have Dr. White working with our team. We are in the process of revising our 5-year revenue forecast for not only GRT, but all of our major revenue sources. And so what factors into our revenue forecasts are pretty much everything that Dr. White had reviewed with us earlier. Our GDP growth, right? It's about 5.5% this year. It's going to level off, but still continue to grow at a pace of 4% next year. So those types of economic indicators are really what fuel our projections for all of the major revenue sources. We also look to more localized data that we have available. Some of that is the room occupancy rates, the travel numbers coming into the airport, the traffic data, because our economy is one of the largest sectors of our economy is the tourism sector, the different individual sectors that drive the tourism industry.
In July, did we start receiving money on internet sales?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, yes, we did. For the last 2 fiscal years, we have received a flat rate from the Taxation and Revenue Department as an estimate of what the local governments would receive if the tax on the internet sales tax had been in effect. And then July of 2021, we did start to receive that as a pass-through. That does get looped into all of the economic sectors that are broken out in the RP 500 report that we share with you on a monthly basis. And those, so the internet sales are divvied up.
And, okay, so I guess I haven't seen that. So we can see what portion of the GRT is from internet sales.
Mr. Chair, Councilor, no, we cannot. That is divvied up and included within each of the economic sectors.
Oh, I see. Okay, and then apparently in July, we also were able to get from the state on internet sales our increment of GRT. Are you familiar with that?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, yes, that is correct. As of July of 2021, we no longer receive the flat rate from the state, which I believe totaled about $1.5 million last fiscal year. And so it is essentially a pass-through. So just like we receive gross receipts taxes from any sales, retail sales, for example, in bricks and mortar buildings, via the Taxation and Revenue Department distributions, we also now receive any internet sales tax that is collected. When for Cyber Monday today, if you were to go online and purchase something for Cyber Monday sales, then that tax revenue that you were charged would come to the city 2 months from now in our distribution.
But it was, before we were just getting what the state was, the state's increment. And now I think as of July, we're getting our increment, the combined 8.4, I can't even remember, 3.4, I'm sure you can rattle it off. But so probably some of that growth is not just a kind of a rebound, but the result of new GRT revenue, I guess.
Mr. Chair, Councilor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, but we can't really, chart that or understand it or.
Mr. Chair, Councilor, because the distributions are broken out by the economic sector, retail, accommodations, construction, we are just able to monitor the growth month over month, year over year in each one of those sectors. So at this time, we are noticing growth. And again, it's growth due to the economic rebound that we're seeing, but also growth to this new revenue source as well. In the past 2 years, we have received that flat rate from the state. And now we are seeing a bit of a spike due to collection for our own internet sales distribution. Which is extremely good news because this was unfortunately something, particularly during the pandemic, when we noticed the trends of retail, for example, being driven more towards online, ordering groceries, ordering paper products, any of your goods, and being delivered to the business site or to the home site. And so now we are able to collect that at a true rate, not the flat rate that was provided by the state for the past 2 years.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anyone else from the committee? Okay, thank you, Ms. McCoy. Let's move on then to the consent calendar items that were pulled. The first item is item A, which is an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Uniform Traffic Ordinance, amending section 1210(1.10) to insert a clause stating that a person who violates a provision of section 1210(1.10) of the UTO is guilty of a penalty assessment misdemeanor, and to add and increase penalties in Schedule A, the traffic violation penalty assessment schedule. And Councilwoman Lindell, I had thought maybe we had withdrew this item at the last Finance Committee meeting, and it wasn't going to be pursued. Is that your understanding, or?
I think for now, Chair, we did pursue it. We're going to continue to work on it. So I'm fine if we pull this.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette, you pulled it off of consent. What did you want to ask questions about it? I think it's on hold for now. But
Yeah, I wasn't planning on asking questions about it. You know, we had had a very robust discussion about this at the Quality of Life Committee over 2 committee meetings. And so I was pulling it to really reiterate those discussions. Although if you are going to continue to work on it, those are on YouTube. So I don't see the need to take up the time unless you had any questions for those of us who were at the committee.
okay, I don't. Councilwoman Lindell, did you have any questions?
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Okay,
Do we need a motion to, what is this, postpone, postpone to a date certain?
yes.
Okay, postpone until I move to postpone this item until the sponsors bring it back. Would that be the proper motion?
Indefinitely.
Indefinitely. I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
So just curious, if we don't have a date certain, do we table it? What's the motion?
I believe the postponement is appropriate. Tabling is only if you're gonna hear it at the same meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
tabling it unless say that again?
You table something if you're gonna bring it back the same day or same agenda, but later on while they go gather information or try to answer a question. That's when you make a motion to table. I believe I could be Councilwoman.
No, I think the motion is correct. The motion is to table indefinitely.
Yeah, postpone
Postpone,
indefinitely,
yeah.
not table.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes,
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yikes, pushing the wrong button. Yes.
okay, and Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item B, which is a resolution updating the terms of resolution number 2021-17 to extend the Community Health and Safety Task Force term to the end of calendar year 2022. Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to make sure that I understood this because what is the amount of money that is attached right now? The fiscal impact, the FIR says 20,000. The memo says 205,000, and those are very different numbers. So I'd like a little bit more information.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, the FIR has been updated. The FIR was uploaded late today, right before this meeting. I believe the clerk can speak to that, but the FIR now reflects the amount described in the memo of $205,000 for the community engagement project management.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ochoa. I do appreciate that. Sorry, one moment. Let me gather my thoughts. So what I'm understanding here, so we initially had talked about $20,000 for facilitation, and now there is this updated information, $120,000 for the community engagement, and $85,000. If I'm understanding this, this would essentially be the role of a staff member.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, in some cases, yes, a staff member for past task forces or committees has served this role of project management facilitation. But I think that the memo outlines the scope of the facilitator's project management work.
And then that would have to go, because of the amount, that would have to go out to bid, correct?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, that's correct.
Okay. Gosh, I think I'm struggling with the dollar amount here. Because it is different than what had been discussed, what had been brought to governing body, and then kind of a new thing to wrap our head around. So would it be a full-time job that we essentially would be, because 85,000, I mean, that's a full-time salary essentially, for somebody to facilitate. So are we saying that somebody's going to be doing facilitation and coordinating and staffing of this committee, and we're going to contract them out at 40 hours a week?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, I'll defer to Councilwoman Villarreal on this question, the co-chair of the task force.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, let's see. So this is how it all transpired. We want to make a realistic budget request so that we can actually have the support we need to do what we are charged with doing. In realizing it, the last, 8 months, we do not have a staff person. So a staff person can have various roles, right? Internally, they're somebody that can staff up and actually set up the meetings, and do the kind of internal work in terms of the setting up the agenda, all of the PrimeGov stuff. That's not what we're talking about here. We still need that, but we do not have a person to be able to assist with us. So Jennifer Fabian kind of did dual roles, but ultimately she was kind of more, she was helping us with the project management, doing research and doing some of the, like, keeping us on track. And we really need more than just what the facilitator is doing. We need somebody that actually is creating a strategic framework for us. I mean, you all had talked about needing updates, regular quarterly reports. Well, as counselors, Counselor Rivera and I cannot do that. We need somebody that actually has a skill set that is more robust, that's actually bringing the information together, providing information for our working groups, and actually synthesizing the information, as well as doing the research. We don't have anybody to do the research. And we have talked with Director Ochoa about this. And because there might be an inherent conflict of interest because of some of the recommendations that may come forth from the task force, that we wouldn't be able to have somebody in her department be able to staff this at the level that we need. And so we want to contract it out. So it won't be a new position at the city. It will be somebody that is already doing our facilitation, but would also be able to do some of the project management stuff that we need, because Councilor Rivera and I cannot do that. So that was the estimate, that amount that we gave for 12 months of work. That's also bringing all the information together and actually having a presentation and report at the end of the 12 months extension. So that we would need somebody to do that as well. And then the other community outreach piece, that's pretty set. We showed you the different costs it would, what it would entail to actually have focus groups, interviews. And so we broke it down to each of the different pieces that we could do for community engagement. So we would like to do all of it, but obviously if that amount doesn't sit well with folks, then we're going to have to cut certain aspects of that community engagement piece.
Okay, thank you. Now, you just said somebody who's already doing the facilitation, but it sounds like that's not a guarantee because it would have to go out to procurement. So
Exactly.
Not necessarily somebody that's already doing the facilitation.
That's correct.
Okay. And that initial $20,000 is wrapped up in that 85,000, or it's a 20,000 for facilitation. And then on the top of that, that same person, so that individual gets 105,000. No,
That's not correct. No. We estimated 20,000 just for facilitation. But now we reassessed it, and that's what the new budget amount is.
okay.
So right now there,
20,000 is wrapped up in that 85, that initial.
yes. Yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of confusing because the facilitator has a contract up until March. So we would need that person to finish that job, but then we'd have to put out an RFP for the project management.
So explain to me then how that works and how that finance breaks down. We've already funded her through March. We've already allocated those dollars.
That's correct, but that's just for facilitation.
And then this 85,000
That's
would
gonna
be
go
from
out
March
for
to
RFP.
December?
Well, it depends on how quickly we can get it out as an RFP. It would be nice if that RFP and that position would actually be able to be starting in January, if possible.
Well, so then what happens if we go to procurement and somebody else applies and we have somebody else that is chosen? And so then we have this overlap of contract.
I don't know, because we haven't done this before. And I don't foresee that being an issue because the piece that's the most important to start getting the procurement, and all of this takes time, but the community engagement piece is really needing to be moved forward pretty quickly. I think that we could still function with our facilitator as is with the current contract, but we do need that other project management as we start moving forward into the different iterations of our project, of our work.
Okay, do we have, I think one thing that I'd be curious, and unfortunately the presentation's not here, and when I have a minute, I'll go back and pull it up again. Some more specific information of what the desired information that's going to come out of the public engagement, and how does that then inform the work of the task force? If you could provide a little bit more information about that, that'd be helpful.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Rivera has joined us and he has his hand raised. So I don't know if there was another information.
Sure,
wanted to
Councilor
share?
Rivera, welcome. Did you want to add to what Councilwoman Villarreal has said so far?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilwoman Cassett. I just wanted to add with regards to the contract for the facilitator, because we're increasing the scope of work, we're basically hiring somebody that can do what Jennifer Fabian used to do on behalf of the task force. We can end the contract with the facilitator once the new contract is approved by the governing body. But I think we'll still need that facilitation work to continue until we issue the new RFP. We don't want to stop work for 3 months until the new RFP is awarded. So we want to continue that work, but we also want to increase the scope of work of the new facilitator once the RFP is done. So I hope I don't make things more confusing. I hope that helps.
No, I understand that piece. I think it's understanding the financial piece of how I'm reading this is it's $85,000 for that scope of work from January to December. But now kind of what I'm hearing is it might be 85,000 from March to December, which
I think it's really whenever we can get the contract through the process. So if it happens at the end of January, we can stop one contract and start the other one. If it doesn't happen till the end of March, then we end that one and start there. But we clearly need a facilitator throughout the entire time.
Yeah, I know. I fully agree that a facilitator is really crucial to this process and to a lot of these conversations and pieces that we're looking at. I think where I'm struggling is that putting out that much money for a contract of something that we typically would be tapping a member of our city staff for.
I agree with you 100%. And we've tried to think of someone that would have the same skill set as the person we lost. And that's a difficult find. We even had a meeting with Kira to try to discuss it and see if there was anyone that had that similar skill set, and it's just it's really not available that we can think of. If you have someone in mind, please let us know.
Well, I have somebody in mind, but I know that she's jam packed. So, we definitely have the people with the skill set. I think it's the capacity that's the challenge.
Right. And really finding someone that, has the time and isn't at the director level or, assistant director level that, this isn't probably the type of work they should be doing.
Yeah. I'm definitely struggling with this piece. And are we, as I'm looking at this, I don't see a budget adjustment. All I'm seeing is a resolution to extend the timeline. So with this vote tonight, do we actually even vote to change the budget? Because I'm not seeing a bar.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, no. The FIR is intended only to give a picture of what would need to come forward to do this, as Councilwoman Villarreal said, in the most robust way possible.
So we do, so it sounds like we do have the option to extend the timeline of the task force and kind of gnaw on some of these other questions about the finances and the money and those options, and that would be coming forward in a future item.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Cassett, yes.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. I think some of my questions, this is coming to quality of life, correct?
Yes.
So I think a lot of my questions might be more quality of life focused. And if that's the understanding for that, the finances might be coming later, that perhaps is the question. I am struggling a little bit with this, with such a large contract for what might be a staff position. I know that we have issues with, for example, MIAB, which is a standing committee, is not staffed right now. I don't think the Women's Commission is staffed right now. Quality of Life is not staffed right now. So I'm almost sitting here like, do we need to take that money and hire somebody to fill kind of like this larger gap that we're seeing with the fact that we don't have staff for a lot of these positions, as opposed to taking this chunk that essentially could almost be a full position to staff one task force, when this is a need that a lot of other committees are seeing in the city. And so I think that might be something to explore more as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Chairman Abeyta and Councilor Cassett. We thought about that as well, and in the time it would take to hire a new employee and bring them up to speed to where they need to be. We're probably looking at least half a year to do the entire process. So the current facilitator has been working for us for a while. I think that'll give her an advantage in the RFP process if she decides to apply, which will make things a lot smoother going forward. And I really compare this to the chart process, which has a much more larger budget than what we're asking for. Their time was extended as well. I know we've had some delays, but ultimately this task force may make recommendations that are going to cover the entire city. They're going to cross over through all races. It's going to affect everybody. The chart committee is going to affect a small, number of people, and hopefully it brings people together and they can decide. But chart's going to affect not chart, but our task force, the CHS task force, is going to affect how we do PD for potentially forever from now on. And I think it's equally important.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not disagreeing about the importance of the work. I think that it is. It's just kind of this mechanism of the staff, comparing to chart. We do have city staff that are staffing it and who are providing the staff support. And so I'm really thinking about that from the perspective of, I've definitely struggled as the council liaison for MIAB without a a staff member, and I know that we've struggled in quality of life without a staff member. So I think that it's not a matter of, I think that this work is really crucial. It's very important work. The community engagement, I think that's probably more of a quality of life conversation, but I'm really eager to hear more about, a bit more detailed of what comes out of this and how that informs these policy recommendations and understanding what this mechanism really starts to look like. But again, it says, as we're looking at these dollars, and if what is kind of being fulfilled is this staff portion, knowing that there's other staff needs to be filled for staffing committees, specifically within, kind of these community services oriented committees, of how we might address that. And I understand we're doing the mid-year budget adjustment now, so this actually would have been the great time to have put that in. And so unfortunately the timing didn't work there. But I think that's what I'm struggling with. And those are the questions that I'm really asking here. I think the facilitation, as you mentioned, is key, and really quite a component here. Looking at this community engagement, what are we, how can this community engagement really inform us changing policy, looking for policy options, changing procedures within the departments that cover health and safety, are crucial. And this is the piece that I'm struggling with. So I will yield the floor for now. But I think that I want to gnaw on this a little bit more. Thank you.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Mr. Chair, I actually wanted to respond to.
Okay, go
what
ahead.
was
Councilwoman
requested.
Villarreal.
Thank you. I think these are all good questions, and this is something that we haven't really done ever. I think what's different about this task force and any other task force and committee is that it's highly politicized and it's emotional. So I don't really think we can compare it to the Women's Commission and to MIAB, although those are important pieces to the picture of like what we're doing policy wise. But this just has a different kind of take to it. It's harder to put staff into this position or even have a staff position to be able to support us, because it's a lot more difficult to start talking about changes in culture than just changes in like what we need to do more with youth. And so I guess I agree with Councilor Rivera that there's other pieces to the picture. It can be compared to chart just because that's also an emotional issue that takes a lot of, there's going to be a lot of research that needs to be done, but they have a huge team. They have the consultant team, and then they also have staff. So I'm glad that they have that support. I just think that we need the kind of support in order to move forward with this extension. So even though it doesn't go hand in hand, having the extension of this, of the work of the task force does go hand in hand with the actual request for this funding, because we won't be able to do what we need to do based on what we've discussed within the task force members, and also figuring out like what we need, since we've had, fits and starts with people supporting our work, whether it's internally or externally. So I just think that it's different. And so we do need, I'm not sure if there's a bar needed. We didn't talk about that. Obviously the funding request needs to come forth in some manner, but if that doesn't get approved, then it doesn't make sense for us to move forward with the task force.
Okay, anything else, Councilwoman Villarreal?
That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Sorry, but I need to go back to the money. I'm still confused. So the FIR that was in the packet, two things. One, this is important work. I do think you need additional resources to do the work. The question is, what is the work and how best do we accomplish that? And so the original FIR was for $20,000. You're saying that $20,000 is now in the $85,000. And that $20,000 let's say we had a staff person in city government, we had Jennifer, and then you would only need the $20,000 to move to fund that facilitator from March until December of next year. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, just may I answer.
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. I think we're comparing something that we didn't anticipate. So Jennifer was awesome. She was able to support us in the way she could, but she had other duties, right? So there were other things that we would have wanted her to do if she would have stayed, which was doing more research, actually compiling some of the data that we've been gathering for the working groups, and we don't have anyone to do that. And even Jennifer wasn't able to kind of support that fully. And it was mostly just because of her role as many other hats that she wore. So I think after consideration about like what Jennifer did for us, that was one piece, but there's all these other things that we were thinking about that need to happen that we have nobody to support. So it probably would be more than a staff person is what we decided. It's more than what Jennifer was doing. So that's why that amount is essentially what we were, that's a ballpark, obviously, but that's like putting in all the ideas of things that we need to do that would be helpful for us to be more organized and have the kind of structure that we need to be successful.
Okay, but let's go to back to my hypothetical. Let's say we have somebody in city government, like a Jennifer, who could do all your staffing needs. The facilitator, the 20,000 was to hire the facilitator from March to December. But now what you're telling me is you took the 20,000 and you added whatever the amount is to get to 85,000 to have this super staffer who's going to be a facilitator and do all that work you just described.
That's correct.
And is that and that is a full-time position?
Well, it depends on what you mean by full-time. I mean, I think it's actually, what does full-time mean to you? I don't understand. I mean, they're not
Well,
going to be
$85,000 for one person is a full-time job. So they're
Right.
going to be spending 40 hours a week on this committee doing all those things?
Well, I think it depends on what point we're at. He or she may be working more than 40 hours.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to say. I think we can't compare a contractor to a hourly wage person that works at the city. We don't do that for any of the other contracts that we have that come our way that are hefty contractors. And I don't know if we could compare the two.
Yeah.
But I know that's a full-time gig for what we need that person to do.
Is the city clerk in the meeting here?
I see her. Yeah, there she is. Madam
Madam
Clerk.
Clerk, I know we've been talking about the staffing needs for the council and how we continue to think about this as we develop a new budget and work on the skill sets that we need. And you and I have talked a little bit about perhaps we need what I think Councilwoman Cassett was talking about, a staff person for the committees. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, and also just from your experience with our last staffer in terms of whether one committee had enough work for a staffer who's a full-time person.
Chair Beta and Councilor Romero Worth, it is true, I've been evaluating kind of some of the job duties that Jennifer was doing, which was again, kind of filling roles, as quality of life. Again, we didn't have a staff person. It's something that the clerk's office sees many departments and committees struggle with. As you know, we have almost 50, I think, plus committees, task forces, and so forth. And so that is something I'm evaluating. We have looked at what it would take to change one of the council liaison roles into a council committee role that would be able to staff and support council committees or counselors specifically in needs with the committees. This would be covered if that was an option that the council desired, as would be quality of life or other committees that are chaired or task forces that are chaired by counselors. So that is something we are evaluating. It's something that we're well aware of. Departments need assistance, counselors need assistance with the committees. So there is that. Jennifer was covering quality of life as well as handling some other duties. That was, I know that the community health and safety task force, was one of two of the areas that she was really helping with. And I think that was really a valuable part. What ended up being kind of her covering, because we literally didn't have any other staff to do it, turned out to be very valuable work with the council. And so if that is something that we want to pursue, we do have that position and can absolutely look at using that to kind of help the council with committees and staff and do research, set agendas, and so forth for the council. I don't know if that was exactly what you were looking for, but I think maybe that gave some context. I'm happy to provide any additional information.
I guess the other question would be, to the point of we're underway with this commission, time is of the essence. They have a facilitator now who's has a contract that's going to expire in March. How fast could we get this position going if we needed to?
I believe we could do something fairly quickly. I've been looking at job descriptions. We would need to reclassify a position and then post it. But if that's the desire, I absolutely can make it a priority so that we could do it by the end of the year.
So it would be possible to say, get somebody to staff to get additional committee support. And, and then all we'd have to do is extend the facilitator's contract in order to support this task force.
If that's a desire, we absolutely can work to get something in place to make sure that there's sufficient time between a person and the facilitator in March. Yes.
Mr. Chair, on that point, if I may, Councilor Romero-Worth.
Sure.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would that person be solely assigned to the Community Health and Safety Task Force?
No, similar to how Jennifer Fabian assisted with multiple committees, this position could be for multiple committees.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the issue, even with Jennifer, is that she was doing so much, but spread so thin that some of the questions that came up during the presentation is, what kind of data have you compiled? And we have so much data that we've brought forth, but really nobody available to compile it, to make it into something that could be done at a presentation at a governing body meeting. There's a lot of data there, but nobody to put it all together. And that's really what we're looking for. We don't want somebody, Jennifer had a great skill set and, worked hard for us, but in reality, we needed her full time and she couldn't commit to that. And I get it. I know there's other committees that need help. And And we're trying to avoid that issue of where we were at when we did have Jennifer and really nobody to do the research and then compile it and put it together in a way that made a whole lot of sense if we were to put it into a presentation.
Mr. Chair.
So we would need that person really full-time just for the task force, Madam Clerk, and I hear that that's probably not something that you're looking at.
Councilor Abeyta and Chair Abeyta and Councilor Rivera, that's correct. I mean, we have, to be fair, we have over 50 committees and not one of them has a designated. I mean, everybody is kind of doing committee on top of their regular jobs. And so this was an approach to kind of get other committees additional support. I haven't had an opportunity to just look at designating a staff person for one committee, just given the volume of committees that we have and the desire across all of them for assistance. So admittedly, that's not something that I've looked at specifically and truthfully until this discussion. I didn't know, it was never brought to my attention that Jennifer was needed more for the task force. I don't think in our conversations that ever came up. So I do apologize for not having that piece of information. I thought that the support she was providing was adequate and sufficient.
It was great. We just needed a lot more, but there was a significant difference between, let's say, what Jessica Pfeiffer used to do in setting up an agenda for public safety versus what Jennifer Fabian did for us on the task force. So, you can't compare the two, and that's just what I'm trying to get to. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Romero Worth.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth.
And I do think, I think Director Ochoa is the right one to answer, but maybe the city clerk. We do have somebody who will be coming on board or is on board to staff the Quality of Life Committee, correct?
Councilor Romero Worth, that is correct. Traditionally, an administrative manager or assistant position from within those departments assists with staffing. So we do have somebody that is in place and in the new year will assist with quality of life.
So that would suggest then that if we were to bring somebody else on, as you're suggesting, as committee staff, we could have them concentrate on the Health and Safety Task Force, MIAB, and the Women's Commission.
Absolutely, if that's a desire of the council, and these are the needs, I think. Oh, sorry, Kira's raising her hand.
Sorry, just a point of, point of clarification. We do have a staff person for the Women's Commission currently from the Community Health and Safety Department, so that commission is covered.
Okay, so if we brought somebody on like the city clerk is describing, that person would then have only MIAB and the Health and Safety Task Force as the predominant work. Are there other committees that need staffing?
Chair Abeyta and Councilor Romero Worth, if I may, I think this goes back to what the desire is for staffing. If you're referencing a staff person that's able to put an agenda together, make sure packets uploaded, that's one desire. If you are looking for a staff person to really be able to compile reports and create presentations for the council, that's a different level. I can't speak to all departments, but those are kind of some of the differences. And I think what we're trying to ultimately navigate is with some of the committees, task forces, and so forth that are established, what is the desired need and outcome from each of those? If that's a fair statement, is that, by staffing, does that mean somebody that's able to do an agenda, schedule a Zoom meeting? Is that a staff desire to be able to run reports, do research, create PowerPoint presentations, schedule? And that's something we're evaluating across the board is, are some of these committees wanting some additional support? And then also what percentage of individuals' jobs? I guess that's another great point is there's currently nobody, Kara, and please correct, Director Ochoa, correct me if I'm wrong. There's no one, to my knowledge, whose job is 100% to support a committee that we have, including governing body. Everybody, to my knowledge, has additional roles as part of their duties, or committees are an additional role to their position. I also see our attorney is on, so Attorney McSherry. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, Madam Clerk, that's correct. In the Community Health and Safety Department, these are additional duties as assigned. I would add that one of the important duties of staff liaison, if there are RFPs or contracts involved, is to also facilitate those happening for a committee. So that's a significant chunk of time and something that we have a gap in across the board as well.
Yeah, and I do want to bring the city attorney in because we have also been talking about replacing the skill set that Jennifer brought. And in fact, we have a bar tonight to do exactly that. And maybe that is what City Attorney McSherry was going to talk about. So I don't want to steal your thunder, but maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Chairman Abeyta, Councilor Merworth, I actually was just wanting to caution folks for going a little bit too far into the personnel realm. Right now, the city manager is assigned to assigning staff to committees. That's in our ordinances. It could be addressed. We could look at it. But in terms of assigning staff to committees, I just want to make sure that we're not starting to identify specific positions. I know there have been discussions of, I can think of somebody or, that kind of thing. So I don't want us to go too far down that route. But we are proposing that a policy analyst be created in the city attorney's office from the position formerly held by Jennifer. And so it would be a position that would do research on legislation and help with comparative studies with other jurisdictions, which is something I think Jennifer had been doing for a lot of the work she had been doing legislatively. Her position was naturally working with my legislative staff on quite a few things. So it would be more of a policy research position within that team. But that is part of the proposal, and that position would just be moving the position from the clerk's office to my office just to be more closely associated with the two other legislative staff. And then I think in terms of coordinating committees, I think Christine's trying to, and Christine, I'll let you speak for yourself on this one, but that the other position, the other council position that had been designated previously, I think that's one of the things we're looking at for that position is to provide more staff support for committees. But I just want to be careful about starting to talk about specific committees and specific people who are assigned to those committees, because we really do need that flexibility, at least under our existing kind of program of staffing.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to do is understand better whether we can meet the needs of this task force internally without going out to a contract. I don't have anybody in mind. I just want to know, with the positions we're creating and moving around, can we provide the staff that this task force needs without going out to a contract of this size? So that's all I'm exploring. So hopefully I'm coming up against the edge, but not going over. Okay, so let's go back to the community outreach. I think this question was asked, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I completely got the answer. So the community outreach is going to inform what? And what are they're going to generate a fair amount of data. Who's going to compile their data? And can they, and this, I guess this is a very multidimensional question, and can they do any of this data compilation that you're saying the working groups are creating?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Merworth, I think they'll compile the data based on the survey and the outreach that they do. But the committees the committee itself or subcommittees will still be working on other things during the community engagement piece, which will need that staff person to compile the data. And again, we're willing to move towards open meetings, but we don't want to do that if we don't have anybody to really put things together and make things sound logical. We're going to look like a bunch of crazy people that are just on a task force with really no purpose. So, you know, we need somebody with a specific skill set that can do it. And again, we're willing to open up the meetings, which I believe is one of your amendments, but we don't want to look like a bunch of fools in the process of doing that. So, you know, that's part of it. But I think UNM will compile the data on the surveys and give us the information on both policies and procedures, as well as new ways of reinventing public safety. That's kind of what we're looking at.
Okay, and I guess this is part of, and you know, when we met, in order to appropriate this amount of money, I just think we need a well-defined scope of work. We need deliverables. We need to be able to defend an appropriation of this size. And I guess I'm not clear that we have that, right? I mean, what is it specifically that you all are going to be, you know, what's your area of focus? What are the things you're going to be moving the needle on? I mean, again, this is really important work. This is part of a national conversation. It's also, you're not going to fix the state of policing with this task force in 1 year. I just think we need to identify some things where we can make some movement on. And I would also say that, you know, we created a whole department under that is under the leadership of Director Ochoa that's doing many of the, you know, looking at this very same work. Like, how do we do more? You know, how do we keep the public safe? How do we do more work around the social side of it? How do we change the culture of the police department? This is going to be ongoing work, and to the tune where we've created a whole department around it. So it seems like, you know, and I think we've had a year, and you guys have had starts and stops, and I understand that. But maybe we need to be looking more at, you know, how do we, just like, you know, we've been talking about how to properly staff the council. You know, we learn and we evolve, and maybe we need to be, you know, being more closely tied to the department. I know, Councilwoman, you spoke of, you felt it was a conflict, but I don't know how it can be a conflict if you can't kind of, you know, I don't know, come along together a bit. So I don't know, Councilwoman Villarreal, you, I'm sure, want to respond to all that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Romero Worth. I think when I say conflict, I'm saying that there's information and things that we're trying to gather that's sensitive. And we all know this. I don't have to explain how it's different than some other kind of work that we're trying to like figure out a department and its the functions of it and what are its deficiencies. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to be working with Director Ochoa. We actually had a great meeting with her before the holiday and talking about how recommendations that we want to actually work with her when we're getting to that point so that she understands some of the stuff that we're working on and what are the low-hanging fruit changes that we can do and what are the kind of long-term visionary goals that we have. But all of that was laid out in our presentation in terms of the high-level things of like what we want to look at. And then it's going to combine with the information we get from the public that's actually the people that are impacted by public health and safety. So I think that we're like getting into minutia right now when there's just, when you're saying you want a work plan or a scope of work, we provided this in the memo. There's pretty detailed information about like what pieces need to happen in order for us to do the work, in order for us to come up with recommendations. So all of that work that needs to be done needs to be funded. And we need actually the commitment to do that. Maybe it's not to the tune that we just presented, but that was like looking at all the facets that we've been needing in terms of a structure and what would help us move forward. So that price tag is realistic. I don't think we didn't pull it out of the air. I think it was based on some of the work that's already been happening, what that would look like, how much do people get compensated for the work that they do. So I just think that those are all the pieces. There's a lot to this work. And so it's not like we're not going to be working with the department, because I think Director Ochoa is committed to looking at cultural shifts too. And so, I mean, that's how I see it. I don't know if my colleague, Councilor Rivera, wants to share any insight.
No, I think you hit it. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think you hit it right on the head there, Councilor. But I don't know if Director Ochoa would like to say something. I know she felt like we had a productive meeting as well, and again, with meetings that are open to the public, her as well as others are going to be able to attend and listen to things that are going on, which I think will make a difference. Director Ochoa, did you want to add something?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Romero Worth, I mean, these are all really great questions to raise, and the work of the task force, I would hope, is very, very complementary to how the department will develop going forward. So I am hopeful that whatever the structure the council decides on here tonight or in funding this, certainly with open meetings, we would love to know exactly, be as involved as we can in our department. I think we have to establish the parameters of the problem here in Santa Fe, if you will. If we indeed have a problem, we need to know what it is and what we're trying to solve. I don't think it's my place to speak to what the structure should be. I think ultimately we talked in our meeting about the potential for forming a permanent committee that would inform the direction and the strategies of the Community Health and Safety Task Force, the Community Health and Safety Department, and that the task force might morph into that at some point. If anyone's asking my opinion, I'm always of the opinion that the sooner we do something, the better, especially as we're forming the department, but that's the governing bodies and this body's decision to make.
Yeah, and I'm glad to hear that, because I'm glad to hear both that the task force is interested in working with the department and the department is willing to work with the task force, because I don't think it will serve us well to have a free floating task force that's not in communication with the work that's going on in a similar area, with some of these same players and with some of the same objectives. I guess, Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm looking at your memo, or I guess it's not your memo, it's Director Ochoa's memo. I'm looking at the memo. And what I'm seeing more as a methodology around the different levels of public engagement that would be conducted for, what is it, $120,000? Is that right? I'm not seeing exactly what it is we're asking of the public. What do we want them to inform? And again, this was this thing of like, what are we focusing in on? Are we focusing in on, dealing with the underlying social problems and we want the public to inform them? Are we focusing in on how the police operates specifically, and we want them to inform something related to that? I mean, that's the piece where there's like this disconnect, right? So this memo outlines a methodology of community engagement. It doesn't say what you're going to be asking the community about, what you want them to help inform.
Mr. Chair, Councilor
Yeah.
Meadoworth, we wouldn't provide that methodology and the questions we're going to be asking in that. That's going to be informed by whoever we select for the community engagement process. So we wouldn't give that to you now. In fact, we need to make sure, I mean, it's a pretty rigorous process with a kind of design that they know best. I can't tell you what's best but we know the areas that we've been working on. They're not going to stray from some of the focus, the working group ideas and things that we've been looking at. They're going to complement those. Obviously, we want to hear from the public because their experience is important, and it's also showing buy-in to this process. If we don't involve the public in developing solutions, then we're not going to get the support we need to really make a difference in some of the changes that we'd like to see. So,
And- yeah.
Yeah.
And I get that. I mean, I'm not suggesting that you need to show me the survey that you're going to give the public. And I'm not suggesting that the public outreach isn't important. What I'm suggesting is, what are the areas you're going to be asking the public to weigh in on? What is it specifically that you're asked? What are the broad scope objectives? I think, Director Ochoa said it. What's the problem we're trying? And the mayor says this all the time too. What's the problem we're trying to solve? What is it specifically that we're trying to inform? Is it? I don't know. I haven't been doing this work for a year. You all have. Like, can you give me broad brush? These are the areas we're going to focus on, and we want the public's input on X, Y, and Z.
Mr. Chair and Councilor Meadoworth, we actually provided that in the presentation under the working group sections in the high level topic areas that we wanted to focus on.
Yeah, and I keep going here to pull this back up, your presentation. But I guess what I'm saying is we need more specificity. Because I think your working groups just thumbing through here. But maybe you can, I mean, you have 3 working groups, right?
Correct. And one of those working groups is community engagement. So that will be covered by the contractor.
So, I mean, one is evaluating internal affairs policies. Is that right? Oh, that's the policies and practices working group. So that group is looking at evaluating internal affairs policies, evaluating approval procedures for Homeland Security grants and equipment, evaluating city citizen police incident review board and other models, and then also evaluating recruitment, hiring, and promotion procedures. So that's pretty wide swath, right? No? No?
That's actually just some of the topic areas. We actually had more, but we narrowed it down to those areas. Yeah, I mean, you could say internal affairs is a big piece of, that's a lot of work right there. But I think just hearing from community members, then that will help us inform kind of the path that we want to take in that specific area.
Okay, and then you have alternative approaches and community engagement working groups. And so in this working group, identify community feedback reports and identify key findings, research best practices and alternative approaches, evaluating low-level criminal data, police response data and traffic response, research effective community engagement methodologies. So the community engagement will inform all those things too. I worry that there's too much here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Councilor Marworth, I think the public is going to help us narrow it down somewhat. I mean, you're asking us a question like, do I think there are any issues with our police department? And I don't know yet. I know from the committee, we lost some members because they were afraid of what might happen if they spoke out in public. I don't know what that feels like. I don't understand what that is. UNM is going to help us figure that out. What are the issues that we're trying to fix? And they're going to help that. I've never been incarcerated. I don't know what it feels like. I don't know what it is to deal with police in that manner, but we hope that UNM can get to some of those issues and get to the heart of the matter. I don't know what it feels like to be a victim, but I'm hoping UNM can help us dig down deeper into those specifics and give us some more focused and narrow direction as we move forward through the end part of the task force's work. So you're asking us for that specificity. I'm not sure we can get there quite yet because we haven't heard from people that are affected the most, and I can't speak for any of them because I haven't been there.
Right, and again, I think those are important voices, and we do want to capture them. But it seems like I want you to be successful. I want, and I just feel like we need to dial this in a little bit.
Mr. Chair, if I may, to me, it feels like we're trying to blow this up and start over. And maybe that's what we should do, because if we would have put a proper budget in place when this first started, we wouldn't be here right now. We'd be continuing the work. But because we didn't, we're always trying to piecemeal together what should have been funded properly all the way along, just like CHART was. And because we're not funded in that way, and we're having to piecemeal everything as we go, we feel like we're not being supported. The committee feels like it's not being supported. And if that's the wishes of the governing body, fine, blow it up, fund it the way you think it needs to be funded, and let's move forward from there. But either we're trusted in this process to move forward and do what we need to do, or we start over and give it the proper budget it needs from the beginning, or we let community health and safety department take it on and make recommendations as they feel are appropriate.
I mean, you've got a great group of people.
Yes, we do.
And really important, with important constituencies, important knowledge. Again, and I just feel like we need to narrow this and recognize you're not going to solve it all in 1 year with one task force. But what are some discrete pieces that we can start to work on? And you've been doing this for a year. I have to imagine, with the great people you have and the work that you've already done, there are things that can be identified to start making progress on. And agreed, maybe it didn't start out right. And I think what we're trying to do is fix it and without too much more disruption, and be able to defend the amount of money that we're putting at, because we're going to say, by July, we'll have recommendations in this area for you. And then this will take a little bit longer. And by the end of the year, we'll have recommendations here. And our final report at the end of next year will also identify some other areas where we that are going to take longer. And Councilwoman Villarreal talked about culture shifts. I mean, those are enormous undertakings. You're not going to fix a cultural issue with one task force in 1 year with one report. So, but you chip away at them. And so that's all I'm trying to, I think that we're trying to make a mid-course correction here, right? So it seems to me we need to find the staffing for you internally. And maybe we're going to need to put more money in the department in order to get that staffing. You need money to continue your facilitator. And we need to better understand a specific work plan with deliverables. And I guess that's what I want to see. And I want, I think you should be extended. We should approve the extension for the next year. We should approve, we should approve my amendments that make the work of the task force comply with the Open Meetings Act, and we should, I'm fine if your focus groups are closed, and then that information can just come back unattributed to anybody, but just as these are the kinds of experiences these particular groups of people have had, and we need to make improvements here. I think that's what we need to be doing. And then I think before we approve any money, I think we need, again, a scope of work. We need to narrow the focus, and we need deliverables. And I'll leave it at there, Chair. Thank you.
Councilman Romero Worth, or Councilor Lindell, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I had numerous questions on this. A number of them have been asked. I'll just go through them. I don't need an answer with them. I think Councilor Romero Worth just covered this pretty well. I'm really not clear what the scope of work is. I'm not clear what the deliverables are that we're asking for. She just asked, what's the issue that we're addressing? I'm not comfortable with $85,000 for a full, call it full-time, part-time, whatever you want to call it, $85,000 for a person to serve one committee. That doesn't make me comfortable. There are things within the memo that I'm pretty unclear about. On page 2, it talks about the second bullet point. On a survey, underneath you have a total survey cost of $35,000, and the first bullet point has a projected budget of $25,000. The second bullet point has a projected cost of $10,000. First of all, I don't know how comfortable I am also with paying people $10 to take a survey. And if you have a N of 200, that would make a budget of 2,000, not 10,000. So those are just a few things, with the overriding thing being the scope of work and the deliverables. I asked the other night, and I still feel like I want to make certain, should we go ahead with this, that we're addressing victims of crime. So I'm going to leave it at that, Chair, but at this time, I can't support this the way it's presented tonight. And I think that the questions have made it clear. I think we're all kind of uncomfortable with the same area. So I'm going to leave it at that, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak on it. I know that we could probably go on for a couple more hours, but we don't need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cassette, and then I'm gonna see if the committee's ready to make some kind of motion.
Right. Thank you. I just want to state that I'm as Councilor Romero Worth stated, that I think that extending the timeline, I'm on board for that, because I also think that there's this piece that we're trying to get this in the crunch, because you turn into a pumpkin on December 31st. And so making sure that you don't expire, and then taking a little bit more time to really dig in and understand this for us is helpful. I know that you all had brought up chart, and I will say that when we passed chart, I had a very clear understanding of what that looked like. And so again, the work is important. The community engagement is important. I understand that you won't have exact answers in terms of precisely what is being addressed, because that is part of the community engagement, but a little bit more structure and framework would really be helpful in understanding what this budget looks like, and that part of that community engagement process. And I know previously we had just discussed it, the community engagement process as well as the work of the task force were parallel processes, but understanding at what point do they intersect, and that the community engagement piece is informing the potential outcomes that we're looking at, understanding that those might be a little bit broad and get narrowed through the community engagement process. And I think for me, that really helps me fully understand what this looks like, what the outcomes are, and what we're funding at that time. But I do think that extending it also does potentially relieve maybe some of the pressure of, we got to get this under the gun, because come December 31st, it's gone. And so that would be my what I would support at this time, is really extending it. And then this gives us the opportunity as a group to have these conversations and to really define. And to Councilor Rivera's point, we might go through this conversation and say this work needs to be done, and this is not the way that we do it. But as Councilor Romero said, your task force is full of some really incredible people that I do want to make sure that I think that we would really lose a lot if we lose them. And so how do we really make this work, to your point, that the work can happen, that it is supported, that it is properly funded, but that we really understand, those of us who are not in there day in and day out, really understand what this looks like, and what we are getting for this money, and what those pieces look like. So that would be my recommendation, as well as my feedback as we continue to have this conversation.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. I guess the only thing I was going to add is that if we're comparing this to chart had a timeline, and chart had some of the things that they were considering of tools they were going to use, but it was pretty much open-ended process still. There were still things that they were going to figure out as they go along. And so I guess I just don't think it's fair to say that, well, you don't have this in place and that in place. Well, we have the overarching ideas and things that we want to work on based on some of the research we've doing. And it will also help us to get the community engagement piece and to inform us. But I don't understand what you mean by, we have a deliverable. It's the resolution that tells us some of the things that we want to consider doing. They're high level stuff. And now we're trying to get into the granular. So I'm still not understanding about what kind of scope of work, other than what we want, some of the people that will be contracting with us to do. And then the other piece is, I don't feel comfortable. I don't know about my co-chair, about making meetings public if we don't get the kind of support we need to be successful. And if we don't feel supported as members, as task force members, then I don't think we need to be opening up meetings at this point with that amendment. So I don't think we feel supported right now. I don't think our committee members feel supported, our task force members. So the reason why we need support is this infrastructure piece that you're seeking. We need that support, and we're not. And from what I'm hearing from my colleagues, we're not getting that. So I wouldn't want to extend the contract or extend the time period if we don't have the kind of support we need financially or structurally. So I'll stop there.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd try a motion.
Okay,
I would move to, I guess, we have what is it that we have in front of us that, hold on. What we have in front of us extends the, sorry, I got out of Prime Gov, should never do that. We have something that extends the timeline, right?
the term, yes, to the end of calendar year 2022.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so it is a resolution. So I would move that we approve this resolution. And so the problem is I have I also have amendments. So maybe I need to put a main motion on the floor and then, but here's the direction I'd like to see us go again is let's extend the timeline. I'd like to vote on my amendments to open these meetings, except for the focus groups. And then I would like to continue the conversation about how we get staffing from within the department. So we continue those conversations with Director Ochoa about how we adequately staff and get them the expertise they need internally. And that we, consider the funding once we have, I think Councilor Cassett said the framing with the attached costs. So I don't know how to do that all. I mean, there's multiple pieces to that.
Okay, well, we have a main motion to approve the extension of the term through the end of calendar year 2022. Is there a second?
I'm unclear on the motion, Chair.
Right now,
Yeah.
I'm just entertaining the main motion. We'll get a second and then we could go into amendments, right?
Yeah, I just painted the direction I want to move in. So Chairman, thank you. I would move to approve the resolution,
Okay,
which extends the timeline.
all right, and I will second that motion. Discussion, Councilwoman Lindell, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you're approving the extension, but you're not approving the funding.
Correct. Because we need more in order to do the funding.
No, I'm just trying to be clear. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette.
Well, on that point, I don't believe that we even have the mechanism to approve the funding at this time because we don't have a bar. So approving the funding tonight is not even an option on the table at this moment. Am I understanding that correctly? Ms. McCoy, Director McCoy, you might be the person to assist with the administratively. I don't think that the items are here to approve a change in funding at this time.
I think that's correct. But I just want to be really clear that I'm not okay with how this is laid out in its current form. I think we need to work on it some more.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, did Councilwoman Villarreal, we have a motion and a second.
Chair, just to clarify, so we're not looking at a bar. We never had a budget. So it's not a budget adjustment. So it's a budget request, but I think, I don't know, I'm confused as to how that moves forward.
Yeah, Mr. Hopkins, can you clarify, does the approval of the resolution tonight approve the budget associated with it? Or are we only approving the extension of the task force's term?
Mr. Chair, Councilors Villarreal and Romero Worth, no budget is being approved unless a bar is specifically presented to the committee and voted on. So in the absence of a bar, no budget change of any sort is being approved.
Okay, and so the other committees then, or however we choose to move forward in the future dealing with budget, those will be separate actions that need to be taken, not only by this finance committee, but ultimately the governing body.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Villarreal, anything else?
No, I'm just trying to figure out in my head, the resolution itself says the only way that this work can move forward is actually with the financial support, which we haven't had. And so now we're moving forward with an extension with that piece still saying that it's required to have financial support, but we're moving it forward without any financial support.
It sounds like we're moving it forward without financial support for now. If a lot of these things could be worked out, maybe the financial support comes in January or February, or I don't know if we could get it by the 8th of December, but maybe we just take this one step at a time. The first step is, one, ensure that the committee will exist for another, or the task force for another year. And then the next immediate step would be start working on a budget and ultimately a bar, right?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Yeah, so I think you need more money. I've said that from the beginning. I want you to have more money. I want you to be able to do the work that you're suggesting needs to happen. I just want more specificity. At this time, I'd like to move my first amendment, which is on page 3, line 2, strike periodic and insert in lieu thereof quarterly status. And then on page 4, lines 5 and 6, strike the Open Meetings Act or.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that
Yeah,
amendment?
so then we vote on that first.
Okay, let me have a roll call, please.
Are we having discussion first?
Okay, discussion on the amendment, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. I mean, I think we're at the point where open meetings makes sense. It's just that if we're not going to get the support we need financially, then I don't think we want to do that. So I don't know how, I mean, it's kind of this conundrum, like these things need to go together versus one just saying, oh, have open meetings and then we'll figure out the rest. I don't think it's being very supportive of the community members saying, yeah, you need to have open meetings, but we're not going to support you in the kind of structural needs that you have to still have, like, feel safe, to still be able to do the work that we need to do.
Councilwoman Romero Worth, did you want to respond as the maker of the motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I've said all, I want the task force to have the resources it needs. I want the task force to be supported. I want to give the task force, appropriate more money for the task force. All I'm saying is we need to do more work on that. This budget doesn't work. We need to get a staff person internally. And, absolutely, I support the members of this task force and these chairs. And I know you snickered earlier, but you know what? I do want you to be successful. I'm trying to set you up to be successful. And we've got to narrow this a little bit. So we need a work plan, we need deliverables, and we need a more realistic budget, and we need staffing from within the department. And and, you know, to do the things you needed to do the compilation of the data from the working groups, to, you know, do the community outreach and the focus groups that will be closed when I make my next amendment. It would allow for those focus groups to be closed so that, you know, those vulnerable constituencies that you want to hear from can be protected, and can speak freely, and can, you know, and where we can hear from them in a manner that won't attribute what they're saying to specific individuals. So I do want to support you. I do want to give you everything you're going to need, but we need a few more things before we can do the money, and including the actual mechanism that would appropriate the money.
Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think, well, Councilor Merowith just mentioned that we cannot appropriate the dollars tonight. We do not have the mechanism, but I also, you know, I want to reiterate that just because we're thinking about kind of the structure and asking these questions, does not indicate lack of support. And I know that's kind of the feeling that I feel that maybe you guys are getting right now, but that's not it. It really, I mean, there is this importance of kind of asking these questions, and there has been a year, and there has been a lot of, you know, challenges within that year. And we as a group are sitting here all kind of struggling and trying to think of what does this start to look like, because it's not that we don't want to provide the support for this work, but I think that it is an important conversation of, is this what we're looking for? But again, it's I really want to approve the extension of this resolution, because if we don't, it doesn't matter. It's gone. The work's gone. And so I think that is really where I'm sitting here, is we can, by extending the resolution, this gives us the time to have these conversations. And I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak for myself, that it's really coming to the table, trying to have these conversations for solutions, not trying to torpedo and deny. And so I hope that as we continue these conversations, there can be that understanding that is what we are looking for, that, you know, we might disagree, but it's needs to be a productive disagreement. It needs to be a conversation. And so I want to make sure that this moves forward. We don't have the mechanism to even appropriate a budget right now. And I think that there's still a lot of questions, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not trying to support. It's just, or I'm not trying to support and make sure that the support and funding isn't there. I also agree that there's not enough money here to do the work. And so just having that understanding, you know, you guys have been having these conversations, and just by the nature of how we develop things, we can't all have conversations together unless we are in public open meetings. So here we are. But I do want to make sure that we get this extension moving through, because I don't want to lose the opportunity, because we were on too short on time to really have this discussion as a governing body and figuring out, you know, to Councilor Rivera's point, this is important work that really impacts the entire community. And so that matters to me as well, and really exploring that. So, but we can't approve a budget tonight. We literally do not have the documents in front of us. You know, there's no indicating, where does this money come from? I would assume the general fund. I don't have a bar to let me know what fund it's coming from. So yes, I want to make sure that we move to approve it. This is when we're doing the resolution. I also agree that we need to find a way to make these meetings more open, especially as we are opening out to the community and having these community engagements, that there is opportunity for the community to watch these conversations, as well as find that balance of when there are times for individuals to be having those individual discussions and make sure that they feel safe and protected is also crucial. So how in those open meetings, being able to depersonalize the comments, if that makes sense, de-identify the comments, I think is the appropriate term, as well. So just wanted to make those comments there.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councilor Cassett, for explaining that. I think it helps to know that all the work that we put in actually is supportive, whether you understand the complexities of this work or not, and also trying to create a space that feels safe for our constituencies and our community members. So I appreciate that you say that. And I think that we're ready to have those open meetings. It's not like we're opposed to that. I think we're at the point that we have confidence and trust within the community, within the task force. So I think that makes sense. I'm just saying that the funding support is going to make the complete difference of this moving forward or not. And the other thing I want to clarify is we didn't expect the budget to be approved in this way. We provided it because you all wanted to see what that could look like and the details of what the community engagement is going to cost and what it will cost to do the project management and facilitation. We provided that so that you could actually see how big this is. It's bigger than what we had considered and what we needed all along. And so I guess it's helpful to know. It wasn't really a discussion as to like, oh, you need to approve our budget, because there's a bunch of things that we have to go through anyway, even the procurement process. But I just want you to know that we didn't think that this was going to be, oh yeah, improve or just approve the amount we gave you. We were giving you what it is going to cost to be able to make this happen, to continue doing the work. And if there's adjustments, that's fine, but it's not going to be drastic where you say, oh, we can't give you that amount of money. We're only going to give you 10,000 or 20,000. Well, that's not going to cut it either. So we need something that's balanced so that you understand. And you may not understand all of the community engagement pieces, but this is what we have looked at and done research on, and that what we feel is important. So we'll have that next conversation. I'm not sure when, but because it's still part of this extension it goes together. It's just, I know that that's a separate process because of the amount of money. So I just want to clarify that we didn't think that this was like, yeah, just approve our budget as is. We wanted to give you more information so that you know what it costs to do this work.
Thank you, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we are getting a little bit off the amendment. I realized that how we got there is the fact that if we don't, the statement has been made, if we don't fund you, then you can't be open. I think we're saying we'll fund you. We want to fund you. We want to give you the skills that you need. I don't think we're interested in nickeling and diming you or this task force. But again, we need a work plan, deliverables. Maybe the community outreach is going to need to be shaved a bit. So I'm not thinking that, I don't think anybody's implying that we're only interested in $10,000 and we're going to walk away and leave you to struggle. I think we're also, suggesting that the staff that you're looking for needs to come through the department. And so these are the conversations that will come going forward. And I would disagree fundamentally with the fact that you can't be open unless you have the budget that you need. We're willing to appropriate the money you need to do the work. It may not be the money that you've just outlined here. And in order to have that money, we have to appropriate it. So that conversation would have to happen. And again, this amendment is about just opening up these meetings again.
Okay, so can I have a roll?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Am I allowed to participate in discussion if I'm not on the committee? I'm not sure.
You're allowed to make a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just on what you just said, Councilor Marworth, why not postpone this until the next meeting in January so that all those other pieces can go together at the same time instead of leaving the committee and committee members feeling like we're moving forward without or with the promise of a budget and not really having it, and with the promise of additional staff people, but not really having it. So based on what you said, why not postpone? The next meeting isn't till January, so
Because you
that makes sense to me.
you turn into a pumpkin at midnight on December, what's the last day, 30th? This task force ceases to exist. And I think Councilwoman Cassett said it well, you have put in a year's worth of work. And I think there's value in what you've done. And so, you know, and I don't know, again, I want you to have more money. I want you to have the resources you need, the staff you need. I just don't like what you've presented here. So let's have, and you know, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. We just need to frame it better, and we need to get the staff internally, not contract out, and we need to what's the third thing? Anyway, I feel like I've said it over and over again. I want you to have what you need to do the work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can I have a roll call on the amendment?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
I'm going to abstain.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
and Counselor Beta.
Yes. Okay, is there another Councilwoman Romero Worth? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the second amendment. Hold on while I get it. Which, prime gloves being slow. On page 4, line 17, after the period, insert the following new sentences. Focus groups may be held without following the Open Meetings Act. The focus groups will enable selected task force members to engage with members of the community in a space that feels safe and where selected task force members and community members can be transparent and open about their experiences, expertise, and observations.
Hey, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this language is fine. The only thing that I think we need to adjust is it says the focus groups will enable selected task force members to engage with members of the community. And that's not just it's not just task force members, it's also the community engagement contractor.
Yeah, so my point in that, Mr. Chair, if I can,
Yes.
is that the task force can't, I think you can't have a quorum of the task force engaging with the focus groups. But you could have, whatever the language is, selected task force members could engage with the focus group. Because otherwise, if you have a quorum, you have to be open. And what I'm suggesting is you could have a few task force members engaging in this process with whoever needs to engage in this process, and it could be closed.
Mr. Chair and Councilor Meadoworth, I get that, but I think we need to add that that also enables the community engagement support. It's not just the task force members engaging with the community.
But there isn't the same issue with the community engagement people aren't. There's not the open meetings issue with the community engagement people. They're contractors. They get to participate because they're contracted to do the work. There's not a question. It's the task force members who, I just want to make clear, are subject to the Open Meetings Act whenever they're in a quorum, just like us. I mean, if you want to have the language, fine, but I think it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I think I understand where you're going with that. Yeah, maybe the word selected threw me off because I think it should just say focus groups will enable task force members to engage
Well, it could also,
with members of the public.
It could say something like a non-quorum of. a group of task force members not representing a quorum. That seems a little wordy.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have an amendment with a motion and a second, so do we want to vote on that, or do we want to withdraw it and make or it could also be worked on as it continues through the committee process, the language, if there is that concern. Okay, well, let's have a roll call on the amendment, on this amendment.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Romero Worth, are there any other amendments?
That's all I have.
Okay, are there any other amendments to be offered by any members of the committee? Can I have a roll call vote on the main motion?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes. Okay, so that item passes. Let's move on to item D, which is a resolution adopting a new version of the governing body procedural rules. Councilwoman Lindell.
Let me get to it, Chair. Actually, the issue that I had with this had to do with the public comment part. And I hadn't seen the new download on this when I originally read it. I appreciate that you changed that. I'll just give an indication that I'm going to bring one amendment on this, which is just that we take a look at this. If it passes, that we take a look at it 2 years after it passes, so we can see if we improved our procedure, if there's areas that we didn't improve, if there were areas where we had unintended consequences. But I appreciate the work done on this, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, but Councilwoman Villarreal also pulled this, so we're not gonna make.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor.
Did you want to comment on what Counselor Lindell said? Counselor
Yeah.
Romero?
Yeah, I just would add maybe the language reads something like, no less than 2 years from the date of passage, just in case, if we get something really wrong. I mean, I think we can always go back, but maybe in a year we'll be like, oh, we got a better idea, or oh, that didn't. So
that's fine.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions because I didn't get to ask all of them in the work session. So the section that I wanted clarity on was the legislative process. I think it's page 6 of the packet material. And it's talking about introduction of legislation. So the section about the primary sponsor may take up to 3 minutes to introduce or offer explanation of the legislation, and the primary sponsor or any co-sponsors can take another minute. So right now, as it is, we just say the title, we read the caption, and then we move on, right? And then it's already assigned to committees. So can someone explain this to me, especially if we're trying to shorten our meetings? Because this sounds like it extends our meeting time when we have people that are talking about their legislation, and then any co-sponsors. And then the other piece I need understanding is about how the first public comment on bills when they haven't seen it.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette, you had your hand up. Did you want to try to address Councilwoman Villarreal's question?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the first stab at it, and then the other sponsors can speak to it. So in terms of actually, your second question almost leads into your first. So the public would have, so introduction would happen at the governing body meeting. 2 weeks later at that governing body meeting is where that first public comment happens. Now, where it's introduced, there has to be fully drafted legislation. So the public will be able to see it at that time. We thought that having the sponsors speak to it is part of this public engagement process, that the sponsors get to introduce the legislation, talk about the purposes behind it, and that really is more for the benefit of the public. So that as they are looking at it and in that 2 weeks being able to prepare to speak in 2 weeks at that first public comment opportunity. But in order for that legislation to even be introduced, it has to be fully drafted. And so that's how the public will have access to it. Did I answer the questions, and do either of the my co-sponsors have things to add to that? There was a lot of conversation around this.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what we're trying to do here is allow for public comment earlier in the legislative process. The way our process stands now, when we get to a public hearing on a bill, say short-term rentals or just about anything else, an ordinance doesn't have a public hearing until the final night, right before final passage. And what we're trying to do is allow for the public to raise issues that can be addressed as the bill moves through the process, as the work gets done, and encourage the work of shaping the legislation through the committee process. So yes, it does add some process on the front end, but hopefully that will help on the back end when it's up for final passage, because we will have addressed, to the extent possible, the public's concerns, and been able to shape it, make amendments as it moves, and do that work at the committee level rather than at the governing body level on the last night. So this process was meant to move that at the front end. I think we did add, the idea is that the packets on Friday, when they are released to the public, if there's legislation, has to be fully drafted. The packet material has to be in there so that the public has a good sense of what it does. The sponsors get a chance when they introduce just to say a brief little introduction about what they're doing and why. That sort of sets the frame, and then we come back and allow the public, once they've had a chance to really look at the legislation, to comment on it before it moves through the committee process. And I think in the end, it'll be a more helpful process, for lack of a better word.
Well, and just for a practical example, the innovation ordinance amendment I introduced, I didn't have an opportunity to explain what my intent was or what the ordinance actually said. So what happened is the public, as a result, had to play catch up. And there was a lot of misinformation out there. And we spent weeks and weeks just trying to inform the public as to what the intent was. And that's because our existing process didn't allow for that interaction with the public or that explanation by the governing body up front. And maybe had it, then there would have been a greater understanding of what exactly was trying to be proposed. And so like I said, that's just like a practical example of something that we're dealing with right now as a result of our existing process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's actually helpful to give that example. It may not actually change people's mindsets.
That's right.
And actually, they may not necessarily read the packet material either. I mean, even when we're at public hearings, some folks are making assumptions about some of the ordinances and they haven't read it. And that's okay, because people don't have the time to read the kind of stuff that we have to read regularly. But yeah, I mean, that makes more sense with your explanation, with your example. the question I had about that 72 hours co-sponsors, a good example that happened just today was Councilor Romero Worth said, oh, I wasn't added as a co-sponsor, even though you suggested being put on a while ago. So that's the kind of thing that I think happens from time to time. And that's why I didn't think we needed a 72-hour time frame requirement. I'm still not sure why that needs to be real specific. If there's more information about that, I think there's times that even when we have amendments and they're going through the process, that when we get to the point where we're at the governing body making a decision whether or not we want to co-sponsor, it does depend on some of the amendments that get approved that evening. So yeah, that's kind of that 72-hour piece. I don't know. I still don't think that makes sense. I don't know if there's any other insight to that.
Councilwoman Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the idea that, you know, if you're a primary or a co-sponsor, it's something that you really believe in, right? Or that you've helped to shape. And it's not, and 72 hours in advance, you know, allows plenty of time for, you know, getting in on as a co-sponsor. But you don't have to, you can vote for something and not, and support it and not be a co-sponsor. I do that all the time. And so I think I would like to have Jesse, if he's available, talk a little bit about, or maybe Councilwoman Cassett, you can speak to this about, there is actually a practical side of this, which is when you add your name to the bill as it's passing at final passage, your name isn't on the bill. It's not on the agenda. It's of really no value because the bill doesn't reflect that you are a co-sponsor or a primary sponsor at that point, because all of our, you know, this is where Jesse is probably better. The PDF of the bill has already been created and that can't be amended. The agenda has already been printed and your name's not on it. And yeah, like in the case tonight where I had said, I want to add my name as a co-sponsor. And I had said that when the bill was introduced, and I noticed on the agenda when I was going through it, it wasn't there. So I'm flagging it now so that on future agendas, my name is listed there. And I don't know that anything can be done about the bill itself because it may be too late to add my name. So I think the later you add your name, the less relevant it is because you're not even reflected as being a co-sponsor. And there is a staffing issue that the staff probably could speak to better.
Jesse, did you want to try to address this issue?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Councilor Merworth. I think Councilor Merworth covered the main aspects of it. The main issue being that you're not going to show up on any agenda if you don't add yourself until the time it's adopted. Your name is not going to show up on the legislation itself that's in the packet because that will have already been published with the sponsors as is. So really, it's more about ensuring that if you do want to sponsor, that your name is accurately reflected. So I think those are the main points that Councilor Merworth covered that I would say, and it also, you know, makes it easier for me to add those on, especially if you provide those in writing as opposed to, you know, I know a lot of people during these meetings or during introduction add themselves on as co-sponsors. It is also helpful. Sometimes I miss those. Maybe I, you know, went to get a glass of water and missed that, but certainly doing that in writing is helpful as well.
Councilwoman Cassett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think there's also this piece that some of the other things that we are proposing here would assist with the ability for people to sign on earlier. For example, having the fully drafted legislation at the beginning, very frequently all we see is a caption, and we actually don't see the resolution. And if you don't see it through committee, your only opportunity would be to sign on at governing body. But the hope is that with that change, it gives counselors an opportunity much earlier to actually see the resolution, and then be able to sign on towards the beginning of the process as opposed to the end, because understandably with our current process, sometimes you actually, you don't see the full draft of the resolution or bill until the moment that you're voting on it. So that change would hopefully help with it as well as some of the intentions behind the amendment process and this idea that legislation should be coming to the governing body more fully baked than it is now. So with this built-in process of being able to, first of all, having linear committees, being able to hold a bill at committee to really work on it and put forward an amendment and actually amend a bill that then it attaches, it travels, that there is a better understanding of what this bill actually looks like prior to it governing body, which with our current process, sometimes something arrives at governing body and we spend 2 hours creating something out of it. And at that point, you might be more interested in sponsoring it than beforehand. But the idea is that with this change in the process, that legislation by the time it gets to governing body should not be undergoing real substantial changes at that moment, that work should be happening in the committee process. And so by the time the packet is posted on Friday, it would give you time to read anything, sign on if you wanted to, as well as potentially have already seen it in committee, and being able to sign on at that point or sign on at the beginning and help with the amendment process during the committee process.
Thank you for that additional information. I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out, because yeah, that ideally it would be great if we have everything in place. So then, I think it all depends on also who's included in drafting and working on legislation together. And some people don't get the benefit of that for various reasons, also for quorum issues. So not quorum, but rolling quorum issues. So yeah, I think we'll just have to see how that goes. So I'm moving on to first public comment on bills.
Mr. Chair, could I address that?
Yes, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
So I know you've brought this up before, and I know we've all experienced it where the drafting of a bill, particularly big bills like say the short-term rental bill, there were other counselors who were interested in being part of those meetings, and we couldn't include them because those meetings weren't public meetings. And we came forward with an initial draft, and there were, I think, 4 names on the bill. And at that point, I want to absolutely encourage that even if you haven't been part of the initial drafting, we definitely want for other counselors to join in once the bill is made public, and help shape it and help, to use Councilwoman Cassett's phraseology, help bake it before it gets to final passage at the governing body meeting. So I don't want there to be the impression that, if you're not part of the group that writes the initial draft, you can't sign on, or that isn't welcome once the bill is introduced. It's just those were the initial counselors, and then other counselors sign on. And I think, the $15 minimum wage increase for city employees was an interesting bill because, by the time it got to final passage, we had all signed on, and it still had some issues, and we were trying to work those out. but we all were trying to get to the same place. And we all supported it. So I don't want to suggest that you're somehow precluded from joining as a sponsor or a co-sponsor if you're not part of the initial introduction. That's not what's being contemplated here at all. And you're right that we do have this problem of, if we're like this bill, for instance, the Councilor Abeyta and Councilwoman Cassett and I have been meeting, almost weekly for over a year, thinking about our process and coming up with this bill. We welcome other co-sponsors on this bill. And we certainly want you to be able to sign on when you can be part of bringing this forward as it moves through the process. So we're not trying to preclude that at all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal on the public hearing question.
Yeah, so the first public comment on bills, so it says number 2 says staff shall provide a presentation not to exceed 5 minutes. So I'm not understanding after an introduction and the first public comment that staff would provide a presentation at this time period. And it shouldn't say shall, because what if they don't need to provide a, it could say may, staff may provide a presentation.
Councilwoman Cassett, do you want to take that?
Sure, I will go ahead and take that one. So this was in, we actually added this one after the study session in response to Councilor Lindell's concern about what happens when the public discourse about a bill starts to stray from the reality of what's there. And so, you've had this introduction and the opportunity for the sponsors to speak. Then there's been this 2-week gap before this first public comment. Prior to the public comment, staff would give the presentation to provide more information on the bill. Also, as we're getting emails and as we're seeing, maybe a common theme to the Innovation Village example, people were saying you're making 7-story buildings, which, that wasn't true. And so to be able to provide a lot more factual information, or if we know that there are kind of common questions that would come up, that it would give us that opportunity as well to just, again, provide information for that public comment period for information. The reason we did a shall, we kind of went back and forth. Do we do a may? Do we do a shall? I advocated for a shall because I wanted to make sure that there was this feeling of equality and equity, for each bill, that there wasn't this like, well, do we want it for this bill? Maybe not. And there might've been disagreement among the governing body as to whether or not a bill rose to the importance, quote unquote, to have a staff presentation. And so to take out, or the controversial level to have a staff presentation. So to take out any concerns that maybe there would be favorability for certain bills over others, or that there might be kind of this question mark of do we not, that staff would go ahead and give a presentation. And it might be a short 30-second, this is really simple, here it is. Or if it's a bill that is more complex, they can have up to 5 minutes to really lay the groundwork and provide that information so that the public is coming from a place of factual knowledge about what they're really commenting on. So again, making sure that public comment is really something that's very useful, so that as it's making its way through the committee process, that we actually have the opportunity to respond to what we're hearing from the public, as opposed to, if they're just kind of saying things that, well, that doesn't, that's actually not true. We would rather make sure that information is something that we really can respond to and reflect back as we work through the committee process to make sure that we're hearing them appropriately and representing our constituencies well.
Thank you for that. I think for some instances that makes sense. And then there's other legislation that doesn't have like a full-on staff kind of structure. So they probably wouldn't present. Like there's times that, Jesse is the staff person, but maybe he wouldn't be the right person to respond to what the public is asking or clarifying. So that's what confuses me. The shall, it doesn't make sense for some legislation and it makes sense for others.
I'm just trying to understand where there might be a place where there wouldn't, because I mean, at that point, we're not doing question and answer with the community, but I mean, if it's something that I think is, I mean, it's possible that we'll run into an issue where there's not but I think if it's controversial enough, there's always a staff member who's assigned, and it might be something as simple as this resolution is stating the governing body's support for the state legislature to do XYZ. And the end of staff presentation. So it doesn't have to necessarily be complex. But I think we were looking for uniformity. Is that the word that I'm looking for? Uniformity. Jesse, it looks like you had a thought there. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am talking out of turn.
No problem. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Villarreal and others, I want to clarify that this public comment is only for bills. So there was talk about legislation in general and resolutions. This is only for bills. So Councilor Villarreal, I think, when you're talking about I'm listed as staff for some items, those are resolutions generally when there is no other staff person because they're, more general, maybe supporting something at the national level. This is specific to bills where there is going to be some staff member who is versed in whatever the bill is doing, be it amending chapter 14 or something else. So I just wanted to clarify what this public comment is for.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Jesse, for clarifying that. I mean, a lot of my questions, this is going to quality of life. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm just looking at the time, and some of mine are just like understanding the language, why it was communicated the way it was. And so maybe it's best if I can ask that, and it just isn't pertaining to finance is the problem. So my questions are more around just like language and trying to figure out understanding of certain things that you all added. So I don't know, I'm kind of the mindset to just, I'd want to just talk about this more in quality of life because we have too much finance stuff on our agenda tonight that we haven't even touched yet.
I'd be happy to talk with you as well.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a motion regarding item D?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
I'm going to abstain for now.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that item passes. That moves us to item F, which is a resolution designating certain property for public use pursuant to the requirements for Cañada Rincon multi-use trail project. Councilwoman Cassette.
I didn't mean to pull this. I apologize. I am not sure. Now I'm wondering what I didn't pull. Did I pull G?
Yes, Councilor Lindell pulled G.
Okay. I
make a
did
motion
not
on
mean to
F?
pull this. I apologize. I got carried away. I would like to move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Sorry, guys.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
and Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to item G, which is a resolution establishing certain criteria for selection of a purchaser of the Las Estrellas property, including a local preference and other minimum criteria. Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. I think that everyone on the governing body got a letter from Don and Mary Ellen Richardson. Councilor Villarreal and I had received communication from him previously. Although I support most local preference situations, I just don't think that the way that this resolution is presented to us at this point in time is really workable. And it's got 4 criteria in it, but it's just not tight enough to make sure that, it has to do with a local preference for purchasers using local lenders, purchasers using local title insurance companies, and purchasers using local builders. I don't think that we have any way to, the way this is presented to us, implement this in the spirit that it was brought forth. So I'll yield the floor, Chair, but I'm not going to be able to support this the way it is. Maybe someone wants to pick this up and do some other work on it, but the way it's presented right now, I don't think that it's reasonable or doable. So I'll yield, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think Councilor Lindell expressed some of my concerns of understanding, and I did have an opportunity to talk with Ms. Salazar a little bit today, and I'd like to replay some of that conversation, as also I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. And I think one of the pieces that I was really struggling with is how would this be oh my God, I cannot speak anymore. How do we actually implement this? How would it be operationalized? That's the word. Thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth. I saw you popping in there to give me vocabulary. And if Ms.
Try to save you.
Thank you. I said it so many times today. Ms. Salazar, if you could speak a little bit to that, that would be helpful.
Chair, Councilor Cassett. So there's a couple of functioning parts of this. So we have the minimum criteria, and then we have the sections of local purchaser, local lender, local title insurance, and local builders, along with the purchasers. So what has been discussed, and I can let Terry kind of talk about this, is having a grid that basically you meet the minimum criteria. Those are all check marks for the listed minimum criteria, and the last be it further resolved, which are 5 points or 5 parts. And then if you are a local purchaser and you're coming in with a local lender or a local insurance, title insurance, or local builder, you can bring in their business license along with this. The problem that we had discussed is when it comes to builders, how do you execute that? And there is currently no functionality to this resolution to implement that. We could write it as a component of the purchase agreement, but it would be at that point in time that we're entering into the purchase agreement that they would present that they're a local purchaser, a local lender, a local title company, and a local builder. At that point in time, we'd enter into the agreement. They would get, I think it's a 6% local preference. And then in the end, if they didn't use local builders, we could have a breach of contract, which then we could have a lawsuit, but there's no way to actually implement the building component of this without some type of functionality of escrow or letter of credit or some further instrument. And so that's one of the things that we did talk about today when it comes to those points in time. I don't know if Rich or Terry has any other information they'd like to provide. I will let them.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chair, councilors, Terry Lease, the Asset Development Manager. As Andrea was saying, the implementation of it would be very difficult. We've actually begun a framework, if you will, of the actual invitation to bid document in which we would define how each of these components would be defined or how they would qualify for each of the components. For example, as Andrea said, a local business license in the state of New Mexico for a year may be a component for local builder, or if in the case of an individual, perhaps a primary residence in the state for a year. And as Andrea said, there are issues with trying to implement and follow through with these. Certainly it could be part of the purchase agreement, but even a local builder, a local purchaser, it'd be very hard to implement or to stop a subsequent sale, if you will, by a local purchaser that was awarded the property to turn around and resell it. So while we understand the spirit of local builders or local preferences, as Andrea said, it would be very difficult to implement and to follow through on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrea and Terry. I appreciate that. As we've mentioned, we have a lot on our agenda tonight, but as Councilor Lindell mentioned, that I think it is really important to think about how we, support our local businesses, our local developers, our local builders, but how this is presented at this time I'm not seeing a way to how we implement this in its current form. And so at this point, it's not something that that I could support tonight. So I will yield the floor as we have a lot going on tonight. So thank you so much.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just take a minute. This would be an interesting idea. I too have concerns about how we implement it, and so I won't take any more time, but I don't think it's ready. And so I won't be supporting it either.
Councilwoman Villarreal, did you have any comments, or are we ready for a motion?
I don't have any comments. I have questions that I might wait till quality of life. Because right now there's still some things that I'd want to hear more from the sponsor and also from staff. So.
Okay, Councilwoman Lindell.
I'll make a motion to deny, Chair.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councillor Cassett?
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal?
No.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councillor Beta?
Yes. Okay, item N, it's a request for the approval of amendment number 2 to service contract 200263 with Facility Build to increase compensation in the amount of $115,776.39, including MNGRT, to design build services for the design and construction of a new restroom facility that will be located at the Water Street parking lot. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What staff is here?
Mr. Burnett is here, and he's also listed on the agenda.
Sorry, I couldn't see you, Sam. You're on my other page of the Zoom screen. I just wanted to get clarification in the memo. It said that the downtown restroom facilities are currently under construction. And then it said during the demolition of the old restrooms. I didn't understand that because these are the area I'm thinking never had any kind of facilities. So can you explain that? And just maybe in general, just tell us what happened at the site preparation for the construction. They found an old infrastructure. So it's going to cost more money. I believe that's what, in order to demolish or not demolish, in order to do more of the engineering work. Maybe you could explain it better for me. And for some reason, Sam, we can't hear you, or I can't.
Hopefully, yeah, you can hear me now.
There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal, good evening. Surprisingly, there were public restrooms that had been locked for a considerable period of time that were located directly behind the ticket booth at this location. And so I think people didn't realize they existed because for various reasons they were not in use. So we did indeed demolish those restrooms. And moving on from there, as we began to prepare the site, it turns out there was an old building that used to exist in the same location. When that building was demolished, rather than being hauled away, it was demolished and buried in place. And so this kind of created a couple problems for us. One, it kind of expanded the role of the archaeologist we had supervising the excavation on the site to ensure we didn't run into any significant archaeological elements, which we did not. And then two, it created a need for removing a considerable amount of material and then engineering backfill to create a stable base to build construct the new building on. And so in a nutshell, that kind of explains what happened there.
Thank you, Sam. That was helpful. I didn't realize that there were facilities behind the ticket booth. So that was helpful. And I was actually going to ask you about the archaeological requirements. So you covered that. And the amount, the change amount, the amendment is, what's the total change? 115?
$115,776.39. And this includes the additional excavation, backfilling, and then there's some minor changes made to the actual building itself. We added an exterior nicho with lighting where sculpture can be displayed, and some interior elements, change some minor elements of the building to make it more durable in the long term.
Great. Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks for the explanation. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes. Okay, so that item passes. So let's go ahead and let's move on to the next item, which is item R, which is a request to approve of a budget adjustment bar in the Human Resources Department in the amount of $2,700,000 to fund a retention and hiring incentives. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we haven't had this many bars at the end of a fiscal period all at once. They're usually spaced out based on what kind of funding comes about, what the analysis is. So I'm just curious about the timeline, why some of these didn't come to us sooner instead of all packed in one finance committee meeting, and also like the committee path, where does it go next after this?
Does Ms. McCoy do you want to address Councilwoman Villarreal's question?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, thank you for the question. We have in the past, in previous fiscal years, not last year due to the COVID pandemic impacts on our revenue, but prior to that, we've done a mid-year budget adjustment where we do bring significant adjustments to our budgets partway through the fiscal year. At this time, as we had reviewed earlier, both with Dr. White's presentation on the economic update where we stand with GDP and inflation, as well as the local Santa Fe economy, where our tourism industry stands at this point, as well as the numbers that we're seeing after the first quarter compared to what the total GRT revenue is set at for the year. We've deemed it appropriate to bring forward both the recurring and non-recurring package of budget adjustments that you have before you tonight. The item that you pulled from the agenda, this 2.7 million covers is both a non-recurring items. One is 2.4 million for retention incentives, and the second is 300,000 for hiring incentives. We do intend for this 2.7 million to be budgeted for this fiscal year as a one-time non-recurring expenditure to be able to assist us with the hiring, the recruitment, the labor challenges that we've had after the initial COVID pandemic hit.
So in the past, we actually haven't gotten this many budget adjustments. Are you trying to do it before the end of the midpoint, or some of this can actually go into the next year, like in January?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, at this point, we are, the majority of what is before you tonight are items that we would like to address operational challenges that we've been having, areas, for example, the 15 positions that were frozen, that were positions that were funded previously that were frozen that we are now requesting to bring back online, or for example, the 2.4 million in retention incentives. The sooner that we're able to get those retention incentives applied to our 1,200 employees, the sooner we won't necessarily be in a crisis mode with the risk of losing our valuable employees to other organizations. Similarly, the 300,000 and the hiring bonuses, the sooner that we're able to implement this particular policy with the funding to support it, we'll be able to attract qualified candidates into our the various vacant positions that we do have. So again, these are core city operations. We could potentially wait until council meets again in about a month and a half. That would be a possibility, but that's just a month and a half less that we have to be able to implement, to get off the ground, hit the ground running the beginning of January. So your question was also related to what is the path of this. The next committee meeting is the Quality of Life Committee meeting on Wednesday. Unfortunately, Public Works and Public Utilities does not meet before the next governing body meeting on the 8th. It actually meets after in this next committee cycle. So then after Quality of Life, that'll be the second committee. Then this will then move on to the governing body meeting on December 8th. And then effective that particular, the budget adjustments would go into effect if they are approved at that 12/8 governing body meeting, in which case we could start advertising, for example, for these 15 unfrozen positions immediately and start to recruit folks. And we could also implement the retention incentives for our 1,200 employees now in December, as opposed to waiting until a further date.
Thank you. I agree with the retention incentives. I think that makes sense. Hiring incentives. I think the one thing that feels rushed is like making sure we're covering all aspects of need. I think the majority, I understand where the need is and urgency, but there's some, like the 15 unfrozen positions. I'll have to go back to some of my budget hearing notes because there were some positions that we thought, oh, let's wait. We don't have the funding now. We'll make sure to be staffed up. I just want to go back. I guess I'm just curious how those decisions are made in terms of what departments get to get prioritized about their unfrozen, like unfreezing positions, and also adding new members or adding new positions to their staff. So what was the process for that? Did all
Mr. Chair,
departments-
Counselor, that's a great question. The mid-year process, we do solicit feedback from all of our directors about where their priorities are. Usually at this particular time, we don't add in new FTE. So that is definitely something that we have done different in this particular budget adjustment that's before you tonight. So that being said, these 7.5 FTE that we are adding, the directors came forward and said, these FTE will help us address a particular workload or particular need in our community. For example, the city attorney did outline in her memo for the IPRA manager position, the increase in workload associated with the IPRAs. So that was, a great example where there's a workload driving a request for a new FTE in the middle of the fiscal year. Again, we have the additional funding. These priorities were identified by each of our department directors, and that's why we're coming forward to you now. We did have about 80 positions, I believe it was, that out of our over 1,500, almost 1,600 positions that were frozen. That is a vacancy rate of 5%. That is actually traditionally what we carry as a vacancy rate. It's anywhere between 5% and 10% in a normal fiscal year. As you will understand, given the operations of the city, we always have a healthy level of attrition. So a position becomes vacant. It is vacant for a few months as that position is evaluated to see if that is still a role that is needed in the city, or as we go out to recruits and as the applicants do apply. So there's always a healthy level of attrition, whether it's in local government, state government, federal government. So we never fully budget departments and all of their FTEs. So I also do want to, remind folks that those 80 positions that were maintained frozen totals about 5%, which is a healthy vacancy rate level.
I think I'm more interested in knowing how, after you solicited the department directors and their needs and some of the gaps they have in staff, whether there's frozen positions, who ultimately then decides what's going to be funded?
Mr. Counselor, Mr. Chairman, Counselor, the mayor, the city manager, and the department directors. At this point, since we do have a healthy level of GRT, again, we talked earlier about our gross receipts tax being budgeted at 109 million. And for the first 3 months alone, we've already received a third of that, 109 million. So we're well on our way to meeting that $109 million level and exceeding that level. So we did not have a problem at this point with the GRT funded initiatives to bring those forward. As we move forward, just as we have in the past, I believe Director Jones has brought forward a request for a position that this body, with the entire city council, the governing body, approved previously. Individually, as different funds can prove that they have sufficient level of revenues to fund recurring expenses, because we do meet in the governing body and in these committees every 2 weeks, we are able to bring forward different initiatives. For example, the chart funding that this committee discussed earlier, that was something that we were able to bring forward in the spring of last year as a budget adjustment. Similarly, to any initiatives that are funded, like the Community Health and Safety Committee, if we need additional funding, a budget adjustment to bring forward to that, we'll be able to do that at future council meetings as well.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure equitably there's folks in the departments that they also got heard by some of the deficits they may be experiencing, and that we're covering all gaps that we experienced last year and even during the budget hearing. So I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Mr. Chair, Councilor, thank you for that. We do anticipate, as we just received now in November, the September GRT report. As we continue forward, we do expect the initial data that we're seeing out of our hotels, our lodging, the airport traffic. We do expect a strong October and November as well. So we could potentially be back at future governing body, finance committee and governing body meetings to bring forward additional adjustments. This is not a one and done. This was the major, as we've done in the past, a mid-year budget review, but I can definitely foresee a point in the future where we're bringing other adjustments through the committee process.
Okay, and I think overall, I agree with these adjustments. There's some that I feel like need more discussion instead of a one meeting and then going to council after that, or two committees. So there'll be some that may need to wait possibly, but I think overall the adjustments make sense, especially for some of the departments that they're really feeling the I guess just having staff overworked because they're fulfilling multiple positions, multiple duties. So that makes sense. Just to be sure, I'm looking at our agenda for PrimeGov and it's saying that this item has already been approved, even though we haven't voted on it.
Mr. Chair, Counselor, thank you for flagging that. We'll have staff take a look at that and make sure that is corrected.
Yeah, it's actually live issues. Like whoever's on the back end shouldn't have said it's approved until we vote.
Thank you. I've got you, Renee.
Thank you.
Councillor Villarreal.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second? And a second.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
and Councillor Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to item T, which is a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution bar in the Planning and Land Use Department in the amount of $231,623 to fund salary increases for construction inspectors and a construction inspector supervisors, to fund an existing unfunded assistant land use director, to fund an existing unfunded senior planner, and to fund and create one new FTE, an engineer position. I pulled this item and actually to address specifically Councilwoman Villarreal's concern. I think the assistant land use director needs more discussion. This was something that the land use director 4 years ago brought to us that she needed two assistant land use directors, and we gave her the benefit of the doubt. We never filled those positions. This was pre-COVID. We've never, I think that we ought to wait till we get a land use director in to make an assessment as to whether or not two assistant land use directors are actually needed. So with that, I'll move for approval with the exception of funding the assistant land use director position.
Second.
Okay, further discussion, Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would disagree with that. With the last budget, I was hoping to see an assistant land use director position funded, and I had spoken at length with Eli about this. And my concern really lies with so frequently we are talking about the issues of planning and that we are not doing enough planning in the city. And we talk about the general plan update and we talk about growth management. And every time a land use case comes up, we discuss all of these issues around planning. And my understanding, and Director Klug, please correct me if I'm wrong, that this would be an assistant land use director that would really have a greater focus on planning. And I think that it is something that is sorely missing in the city. I think it is something that we have been needing to focus on for a long time. I think it is something that we have been kicking the can down the road for a long time. And I think it's really important. Every time we have a land use case come up, there's just this discussion that we haven't been doing the planning work. So I actually strongly support this position. I had been advocating it for with the last budget. The fact that we have not been getting We still don't have the RFP out for the growth management plan, and that we haven't done a general plan update since 1999. I think that this is one of those really key issues that is causing a lot of issues throughout the community, and perhaps even in more that we think of. So I would argue heavily that we need this position now.
Councilwoman Cassette, I don't disagree with you, but the memo states that this position is critical to the department in order to properly manage the current planning division, not future planning division, and also historic division, which is existing, and also MPO. So I agree. My concern is this isn't addressing the need, which is future planning. And so that's why I think let's let a land use director come in, evaluate the department, and then tell us if indeed these two assistants are needed. And this is one of our smaller departments or divisions in the city. And so according to the memo, the intent isn't for future planning. The intent is for current planning. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may speak to your point.
Yes.
It's been my intention, and we put this memo in here because we believe that the assistant director is needed for current and future planning, but it has been my intention that I'm publishing the land use director role or job application on the 13th of December. So it was my intention to actually have that new employee go out and search for assistant director. I believe that the role is needed, but we were not going to fill it immediately. We were going to wait until we filled the land use director role, and then from there pull together that org chart as the previous before Mr. Isingson, Carol, she had put together an organizational plan for that. So that's kind of the plan that I have right now. And so this memo really was just to help us tee up the budget for it, because it does take a while to do it, but I am in the process of publishing the land use director role on the 13th. And by the time they come in, that's one of their priorities that they would have once they're on board.
Okay, well, I think the memo then needs to be changed between now and, because it doesn't mention anything. And like Councilwoman Cassette, I've heard the same thing over and over about the need for future planning, and it wasn't addressed anywhere in here. And so I thought, well, why are we going to continue to fund positions that aren't getting to what our real need is, which is the future planning?
Okay. Noted.
Okay, any other discussion? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear from Director Klug actually about this. Because I mean, we know there's gaps in that department, and I'm hoping that you were asked what you need in terms of support, and the majority of what is in this request makes sense. So can you say more about that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal. So fundamentally, this request is based in a capacity issue, and Carol Johnson hired me, and we the intention was to hire both the AD positions. So she hired me under the development branch, which is inspections, engineering, and building permitting. So the AD for planning would fulfill the same role for planning, MPO, and historic. And so I apologize if the memo may have actually, I agree with Chair Abeyta and Councilor Cassett. The memo should have been more clear that it is, I wouldn't even call it future planning. I would just call it planning. The land use needs to begin, really digging into the planning enterprise, with the growth management plan, code update, strategic planning. Definitely that's the intention, that this person would allow, the capacity to grow in that area. So, and I can tell you, again, to come back to my original statement, it's a capacity issue. I live it every day. We need capacity all up and down the ladder, in every level, and definitely at the management level, we struggle with capacity. So, in essence, this position would, basically provide more depth to the planning branch. And it would add the capacity to increase the ability to manage projects and initiatives like the growth management plan, the code update, general strategic planning, which we don't even want to call it long range planning anymore. It's planning. We want to plan for the next 3 to 5 years, right? We want to be able to do that immediately. Also, ongoing operations improvement processes, all while continuing regular operations seamlessly, which we need to do, and to help avoid, in particular, single point failures, which that intermediary position definitely does. We, just as the AD, when Eli was here, I caught, hundreds of those things, even on a weekly basis. I also want to point out that, fundamentally, Director Isaacson was a planner, and he's sorely missed. But because he was a planner, he was actually, able to function in that role, fairly seamlessly with Noah Burke underneath him. So I think that's the reason why. There's 2 reasons why I wasn't asked for previously to be unfrozen. Number one, we were in a hiring freeze, and number 2, I think he felt like he had it covered basically. So I kind of agree with the sentiment of waiting to hire a new land use director, but going ahead and approving this because I think it is sorely needed. And I think it basically depends on the strengths and weaknesses of the land use director that is hired, how vital this position would be. But I'm not arguing against it in any fashion, because flat out we need capacity to manage the magnitude of the workload that we're experiencing. And so, as you can imagine, I'm struggling to do both those roles on the other end. That's why I'm just pleading to have it on both sides. So this position will also help manage and process the dozens of these medium to small bore issues that come up every week that have to be addressed at a management level. And to increase response time to these and allow better, more timely engagement with customers and development community. You all have been on some email strings just recently in the last day or two. You know what I'm talking about. And this will also leave the land use director with capacity to actually focus on big picture items and manage the department, operations, and manage department-wide operations initiatives, pressing issues, coordination, and representation to the development community in general and individual customers more effectively. I have to say that the play between myself and Director Isaacson was very beneficial in that respect. From the development side, it functioned well. And so last but not least, it'll also, will provide coverage for the land use director and the planning manager that's hired, with that position. And so it'll allow the, that AD can cover up and down, so to speak, because they have that expertise, and, hopefully have the planning experience and also the upper management experience to manage that. So, we'll definitely want to bring somebody in that has that. Yeah, and so again, I did all this, and I'm still doing it as the AD in development, and it worked well to balance the needs and handle the work and the issues at the level appropriate to the task.
Thank you, Director Klug. I was just, I think that's helpful to give the kind of lay of the land, and I'm not opposed to assistant land use director. I guess I'm just hearing from my colleague that we need to put the structure in place, and it doesn't mean that we can't ask for this request later. I guess that's the whole thing about these requests coming in, trying to get them at the end of the year. We still have time. It's not like we have to be like, we got to get this because that means it doesn't get budgeted. This can happen. Correct me if I'm wrong. It still can happen next year if needed. And I guess I'd like to hear from Chair Abeyta about that. And if any staff can give us information about the process for hiring the land use director and where we're at in that timeline.
Sure.
Right, and that's my point. With these other requests, they're coming to us with department directors in place who are making the requests. We don't we've been dealing in land use with in this case, an acting director. The one before only, wasn't there long. So I just don't want to tie the hands of an incoming in land use director that, they're going to be an expert in both current planning and long range planning, hopefully, and structures itself. So I agree. I think the position, I'm not eliminating the position. I'm just saying, hold off on funding it until a land use director comes forward and says, I've made it, I've done an evaluation, these are the pieces I need. Maybe he or she says, I don't need another assistant director. I'd rather hire 2 long range planners with that because I have an expertise or a background in long range planning. And so, like I said, the difference between this and other requests coming before us this evening is the other requests are coming before us with directors that are actually in place. That we have a major vacancy in this area that I think we need to fill first. And I don't see why the request couldn't be funded as part of the budget that comes forward next year that you all will discuss in April or maybe even March. So that's what I'm getting at.
Thank you, Chair Beta. I don't know if Director Brown had some clarity on the timeline for the land use director position to be filled.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal, yes, as I mentioned earlier, that the land use director publication is happening on the 12th of December, and it'll be published for a month. And we'll be, using all sorts of social media and outreach to find the right candidates. And so it'll probably be a 6 to 8 week process by the time we've set first round of interviews, set next round of interviews, and through the paperwork that goes with hiring someone. But it is correct that it wasn't my intention to actually put an assistant director in tomorrow if this was approved, but it would be going through the person who would be hired as the land use director, even though I support the organizational structure as Ms. Johnson had when she was there, and Eli also had agreed to. So that timeline is probably February, late February, by the time that person's on board, and that person will have that as a priority from my standpoint.
Thank you, Director Brown. Given kind of our track record of hiring, it probably would be longer than that. So, it's just the reality. It's unfortunate, but things take a while. So, and actually all that you stated, all of the details that you just gave us should have been in that background information on the memo instead of the cut and paste that we got for every single position and every request. It has that same first quarter finance performance report cut and paste through all the memos. And I think what you just said about background about land use and where we are with the land use director would have been more helpful. I don't think you were involved with the memo, I think, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm okay with waiting on the assistant, not saying that, I'm not saying that that's not what we need. I just think that we need to get the land use director in place before we decide what that structure will be. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm, Jason, you mentioned that you would, I think it's important to update the memo to kind of more reflect the position that it's not just current planning, but it is that general planning piece. Yeah, I guess I think my concern is that, especially with the growth management plan and how frequently that conversation comes up, that funding it with next year's budget means positions not funded till July. We don't have somebody in there until the end of the year. We funded a growth management study for this year. And in the meantime, construction's booming and we just keep moving forward. And I don't know. I really worry about what the impact of putting off planning does. And perhaps I'm especially sensitive to it due to the fact that, my district, if you look at the number of residential units in the city that are being built or in the pipeline, District 4 is heavily impacted. And Councilor Beta, I know, District 3 would be the next one coming. And I just, I find it really hard every time there is a land use case that comes on that brings us this really necessary housing. And I keep having these conversations with individuals about how we're planning our city, how we're planning our neighborhoods, how transportation comes in, how, food deserts come in, how schools come in, and all of this, from my understanding, always comes back to planning. And it comes back to really having a more thoughtful and strategic place for planning. So even if we're waiting for a new land use director to be hired, I think pushing it out until we actually have somebody in this position. And, Eli was doing double duty, and we've had so much conversation about not having staff members pulling double duty, because then they're not really able, we give them 2 full-time jobs, and I'd rather focus on one. So I would really advocate for funding the position now. I think it's important. There's a lot of work that we need to do in this area. And my district just keeps getting hit and hit and hit with development, piecemeal development, one after the other. And there's some really big conversations that our community wants to have about things like height, about things like traffic, about things like transportation, and where there are shopping centers. And it always comes back to planning. And so I think building out this department I think it's crucial. I think that there are so many pieces, and I see such a huge connection between public health, quality of life, and planning and land use. And so it concerns me to put it off anymore, because I think it's already been put off for years. So I'll rest my case there.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say, Mr. Chair, you do make a compelling argument, but then I was sitting here thinking, if I am the kind of land use director that I think we're going to need and want, would we be in a better position to attract that person if they knew they were coming into a department that could do the work and had the staffing level that was required, especially after all we've heard during the election season about backlogs and things that need to be addressed? I think I'd be, if I were a qualified candidate, I'd want to know that I'm coming to a city that has a lot of work to be done, but look at the team that's here. And so I guess there's a flip side way to look at it. So I just throw that out there for everybody to chew on.
Well, and here's I agree with a lot of what's been said, but we're talking about an assistant land use director, not a long range planner or a set of long range planners. I have no problem with the engineer position. I have no problem with these other ones, but we're talking about a manager, not an actual planner. And quite frankly, the discussion 3 or 4 years ago is that's kind of top heavy for such a small area. And then I'll just add, if I was coming into a position as a land use director, I'd like to know that I have a vacant position that I can fill myself after taking a look at this. And so, there's a motion, there's a second. If there's more discussion, we'll continue to discuss. If not, let's vote. And if it doesn't pass, then we could entertain another motion. Any further discussion? Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Councillor Cassett,
No.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
No.
Councillor Abeta.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on. The next item is X, a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution bar in the city attorney's office in the amount of $149,883, including salaries and benefits, to fund and create 1 new FTE, an IPRA manager, and transfer 2 positions from the Community Engagement City Clerk Department to the city attorney's office. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get to my PrimeGov. So the memo is pretty limited. Let's see. So I understand the need for a full-time IPRA manager. That completely makes sense. I'd like to have more discussion on that council liaison. It sounds like my colleagues have been discussing with the community engagement director, but nobody has talked to me about what I think about this, and what would be useful for us. And I'm not opposed to a policy analyst. I think that makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out how it fits into the whole picture. And I would want more discussion on that. And I wanted to understand the public information officer / IPRA. It says that it's already a filled and funded position, but it's, maybe staff could explain that further. I don't understand what that is. I'm supportive of the attorney's office needing the IPRA support. The rest doesn't make sense to me yet.
Councilor or Chair Beta, Councilor Villarreal, if I could just say a little bit more about the IPRA, it is super crucial. The first month that we had Next Request up, we only had about 200 requests on that platform. Now we have almost 800 a month as of October. So I captured different years. You know, our year started in June of 2020. In that year, we had fewer than 5,000 requests. And now, as you can see, we're exceeding 6,000. The city of Albuquerque has 8 records people assigned just a police records request. And that position you just mentioned that is in constituent service, or not constituent services, community engagement currently, that he is entirely and more than a full FTE worth of working on police records requests. It's huge. And so we've had some of my other staff helping with that when we can. Right now we are down on paralegal, so we're not able to. We're just having to tell everyone that we're gonna have to extend their requests like automatically almost, because we're so backlogged. And it's just gonna get worse, unfortunately, because of all the records that we're creating. So the more videos we create, the more records there are, and the more records that need to be reviewed for potential issues. So right now I'm very concerned about our ability to redact or withhold protected information or victims' identities. And that's the type of thing we really need to make sure we're doing. And I think it's just we need that level of oversight. So I appreciate the support on that one. But just to answer one of your questions, the person in Christine's office was at the police department previously, and I think there had been a hope that he could help with public information, but his position is just so overloaded with IPRA right now that that's all he's doing.
So clarify, is that a whole another PIO?
Go ahead. I defer to Clerk Mahelsik.
Chair Beta, Councilwoman Villarreal, it's a position we already have. Attorney McSherry's correct. We originally thought that we could create some communication capacity and consistency. So the position was a PIO / IPRA position. It was transferred to my department with the reorg that was approved last year. And with the increase in IPRAs, the position quickly became 100% dedicated to just IPRAs. So we, in understanding that need, I think the benefit is really putting that position with legal and being able to have the review and start to create an actual IPRA kind of operation. As Attorney McSherry mentioned, the city of Albuquerque has 8 individuals who work on just PD records. So we're really trying to just get capacity and support and make sure that our IPRAs are consistent. And that's really the desire. So it's a position that's already funded. It was transferred to my department in hopes of actually building communication capacity. And then with the increase in IPRAs, it quickly became dedicated 100% to fulfilling IPRAs. And that's why we're looking at transferring it to the attorney's office for that additional support.
So there's a new FTE for IPRA as an IPRA manager, and then under the IPRA manager, the IPRA analyst position would move under that. And then is there another PIO position then? So
No.
our current PIO would go under IPRA?
No, that was the position title when it transferred. So when it was in PD, it was PIO / IPRA. And then it came to community engagement, actually for consistent communication support. Again, and that's the position that would move over to the attorney's office. The communication director position is staying in community engagement. We're talking about the PD position that was a PIO / IPRA records. I apologize, I don't remember the exact title. That's the position that would actually be transferred to the attorney's office so that it can work solely on IPRAs as it has, that position has been doing for the past several months, or probably almost a year now.
And just to add to that, Chair Beta, Councilor Villarreal, both of the positions that would report to the IPRA manager would become record specialists, IPRA record specialist, something to that effect. We've already worked on the description of the reclass, but they would report to that person. It'll be a team. That manager will be able to assign and prioritize and do quality control, and also just help on reviewing records themselves. We really need that level of programmatic oversight.
Okay. And that position would get funded a higher percentage or a higher salary? Is that what the 48,000 is?
Chair Beta, Councilor Bureau, which position?
Oh, well, it says now PIO / IPRA position. I'm assuming, let's see, the associated funding, 48,000, that's the current salary. It's not additional.
That's the remainder of the funding for the year. So it would be coming over after December 8th. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So where does that leave the hole we have for like, what would we call it? The media position? And who's going to be doing that? Because to me, that's the big gap right now.
Chair Beta and Councilwoman Villarreal, essentially we're in the exact same position we started with a year ago, because the position came over and was actually never able to, we were never able to utilize that position in any type of communication role. So we'd be in the exact situation that we are now, which is we have a comms director that responds to most media, along with directors that respond when it's specific to them. And in PD, we work closely if there is any media, usually with Deputy Chief Joy on media responses, or Captain Champlin. But we're pretty much staying status quo on the communication side because we were never able to really utilize that communication position.
I'm talking about what we used to have is more multimedia that now is in, that person's in IT. So I don't understand what you mean. I'm talking about the support we need for like video filming, PSA stuff that we haven't had for a while since that move.
Yes, an individual who used to fill a different position with a completely different title did take a promotion in a different department. We have advertised that position. Unfortunately, the candidate that was selected accepted and then rescinded their offer. So we have worked on modifying the qualifications for the job, and we'll be reposting
Okay, so
based on
that's
those.
still in place then. That one didn't.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you're good.
No,
Good.
absolutely not. That stays in place in community engagement in my department.
All right. So I guess for the other piece with what used to be council liaison, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I think that's kind of half baked.
Councilor Chair Beta, Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm happy to add some context to that. Shortly after the council liaison left the position, I sent an email out to all the councilors that said, if you have any feedback or any input, please let me know. And I definitely received feedback that one of the kind of strengths of that liaison specifically was policy and the desire to have somebody specific to a policy analyst position. And this was really the goal after listening to the council and identifying this as a priority, that this position really would be to highlight and strengthen it, develop a position that was specific to a policy analyst, both for requirements and job duties, and then put that in with legislative services to make sure that we were really elevating the position and strengthening it with legislation. And this is, again, to completely develop policy and review policy. And I don't know, Attorney McSherry, if you have, I saw your hand pop up, anything.
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I just, the natural affinity for the legislative staff to work with the policy analyst, that was happening organically when Jennifer Fabian was here with whenever she was doing research. Me being involved with her projects was helpful. So she would often call me on certain projects. So there's a kind of already a natural association there. So the idea is to integrate that person with the attorneys who could help, and then also with the other legislative staff.
Yeah, I mean, I see the connection, and I didn't get that email, Christine, that you're referring to about feedback. So, and I'm assuming it happened after Jennifer left, but I don't see anything. So maybe you could forward that to me. I'd still like to talk about what that structure could look like, or support we need from a policy analyst. And there's no details in the memo about it. And what we've tried in the past, like in terms of background, the background again is the cut and paste that I was talking about. So I'll yield the floor, Mr. Chair. I just don't think we're ready to talk about budgeting this position. Actually, it already exists, but it would just be, would it just be changing the title?
Chair Beta, Councilor Villarreal, it'd just be transferring the funds. So for the two positions that are already funded, it's just transferring the funding from one department to the other, but it's the same amount that was budgeted initially, but for the remainder of the year.
And
for the position. Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, so there'd be a reclass as well. Yep.
Okay, I'll yield the floor for now. Thanks.
Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had 2 council liaison positions funded, correct? But we never filled one. I don't know who I'm asking that to. Just jump in. It's late.
Chair Beta, Councilor Lindell. Yes, we do have 2 council liaison positions, and this is one of those positions.
Okay, so are we moving both of them over to legal?
Councilor Beta, or Chair Beta, I apologize. Councilor Lindell, no. The intent is just to move one position.
And where's the other one going?
The other one is still in my office, and that is one of the positions that, based on feedback from the council, we're exploring committee staffing assistance and support.
I think we better do some more digging with the council on that. The second thing is, why don't we continue to have them be council liaisons? Why are they, one's going to be a policy analyst and the other one's going to be a council liaison? Is that where we're headed?
Councilor Beta, or Chair Beta, Councilor Lindell, one of the goals was that creating a job description and title specific to a policy analyst allowed us to have a specific skill set, specific education, and attract candidates that specifically are looking for policy analyst experience and have that education, background, and desire. So that is why that one position was identified. And again, that was based on a need and a desire from the council to have a policy analyst. And that was really highlighting that the feedback I received was that was probably Jennifer's strongest strongest skill set, and where the council felt that they most utilized her position, again, in addition to the council committee support.
So are we going to fill both positions?
The desire, the desire is yes. I think we need support, and this is one step in really trying to get the council support in the area that they need support. So I wouldn't say that this is a one and done. I'm just really trying to take feedback from the council, and we're trying to pair it with the needs of the council and really strengthen some of our areas, which is something we consistently heard. And as Attorney McSherry mentioned, there was a lot of organic work between the policy analyst and our attorney's office in general, specific to legislation.
Well, I agree with you. I think, though, filling both positions as soon as possible is important, and not just filling one of them. And I very clearly remember that the council had input on the hiring of Jennifer. And I think that it would be a really good idea if the council, take it off your plate, let the council have input on hiring both of these new positions. So if the wrong person gets hired, we don't blame someone else, we can blame ourselves. But I really think that it's important for the council to have input on this hiring.
On that point, Chair Beta, Councilor Lindell, I think the council can definitely have input. I think I would just caution that actual hiring does have to be by the city manager, at least under our existing ordinances. So if we wanted to look at potentially changing that in terms of how that decision making is made, we might want to look at that for certain staff in the city.
Well, I do understand that. I just think that it is really important for these two positions that the council have input on this. I don't think that we typically have input on other hiring, but I think in these two particular positions, it's really important. And also, I mean, I am concerned that one of the positions is going to legal, and that it feels to me like that position is being taken away from the council. That we won't have the direct contact and input with this person in legal that we did with the previous person in making requests. I mean, the council liaison person was constantly and readily available to us to help us with things. I expect it to be the same with that person being housed in legal. And I'm saying that very clearly right now, that I expect that person, whoever that is, to still have direct contact with counselors. And that we don't need to go through City Attorney McSherry to make requests of that person. Anybody disagree? Now's your chance. That's my big concern with this, is that we lose contact and availability to that person. So those are my points with this. I think we need to hire both of those positions as soon as possible. I think the council's struggling right now with getting our work done. So I'll support this, but I feel like I've been pretty clear about what the council needs are with this. And like I said, I don't want to have to call City Attorney McSherry to contact the policy analyst.
Chair Beta, Council Lindell, do you mind if I make some comments on that point?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't think that would be the expectation at all. Similar to working with Jesse on drafting legislation, part of his job duties are to respond to council requests for drafting the legislation. I would anticipate that this person would have similar description of requests for policy research. That said, our ordinances do say that other than requests for information, which this I think could fall into, that, and actually, I mean, so it's somewhat debatable because the way the ordinance reads is requests for information that are available pursuant to IPRA, that the city manager is supposed to be managing staff and establishing priorities. So if we want to change that, I think that's something we could look at changing. But there really isn't authority for the governing body to direct staff work currently.
So what was the council? So, okay, let's dig into that. What was the council liaison person then if they weren't being directed by counselors?
The Chair Beta, Councilor Lindell, I think they were responding to requests by counselors, but in terms of prioritization of work, ultimately, at least under our current ordinances, as to whether or not we could change that, I was looking at statutes today about a related issue about who gets to, have sort of oversight of employees in terms of a governing body. So we'd have to do the research on that. But our ordinances said that that person was subject, that requests had to go through the city manager, really. That's how our current structure is in a technical sense, but certainly the job duties of this person could be to do research pursuant to requests from the governing body.
Well, I mean, should this be back under the city manager, both these positions? I don't know the answer to that, but my concern is that I'm not going to have access to, we created these positions to help the council get their work done. And I'm not sure that what we're doing right now is advancing that. I'm not sure how it wasn't working previously that we needed to change it. Does I mean,
Chair Beta, Councilor Lindell, I don't think we're really other than maybe specializing the qualifications to direct them towards a policy analyst. I don't think the intent is to change this person's availability to help support policy research. I certainly won't be, other than if you guys ask me to, I wouldn't be assigning this person policy research other than initiatives that are of interest to the policymakers. I don't set a policy agenda. I help policymakers reach their policy ends. So I would not be giving this person policy assignments. They would be getting them from you.
Well, thank you. I'm just trying to clarify that. Because I want this to serve the council. I mean, we're talking about two positions, not one. And how soon do we think that these positions can be filled? One of them will be in the city attorney's office and the other will remain in the city clerk's office, correct?
Chair Beta, Council Lindell, that's correct. And this bar doesn't impact the one that remains in the city clerk's office. And in terms of what was or was not working before, I understand that a lot was working and that we want to capitalize upon that. And I also understand that that person was working very closely with my team that's already on staff. So I'm happy to facilitate that relationship. That's really the only motivation. I don't have a personal preference about where this position is.
Okay. And I'll reiterate one more time that I certainly hope that council has input on who's hired. So thank you, Chair. I'll yield the floor.
Okay, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is we're replacing the skill set that we lost, that we have all grown accustomed to having. And we are putting it in a place where the synergy is for that work. Correct?
Chair Beta, Councilor Marworth, that's my understanding as well. Yes.
And but I have to say, I am a little concerned that, I mean, as a practical matter, I didn't call up the city manager first and say, hey, I want to work on short-term rentals, or, hey, I want to, work on governing body procedural rules. Is that okay if I call up Jennifer and see if she can help me with that? So if we have something in statute that says that we have to channel that way, then we need to fix that.
And Chair Beta, Councilor Marworth, I think what it is direct. You can't direct the work of staff, meaning say, drop everything, this is what you need to do. Like, you're not managing the staff, right? So I think if the staff person's job description says that they are working on policy pursuant to requests by counselors, then that is entirely appropriate.
Okay, because again, my understanding is we're just replacing the skill set that we all grew to love and use, and that we will still have access, that this is being done to support us in the policy development work that we do as counselors. And we have grown more and needs to be done. There's a lot of it. I've got a whole basket full of stuff to work on. So if we're not going to have access to this person, or they're not going to be able to serve this, then we should know that. But that's not my understanding.
Chair Beta, Councilor Marworth, I think that the way you've described it as fulfilling the need that was previously identified, and perhaps being more clear about those qualifications in the posting. One thing I would say is if we are going to involve, we should designate it specific. If it's going to be exempt, we should make it clear that it's going to remain exempt, because we have to do that by position. And since this would have a different name, if the intent is to make it exempt, we should make that part of the adoption of this bar.
Yeah, and that raises a whole nother can of worms, box of Pandora's. So I think we naively and maybe incorrectly made that old position exempt, thinking somehow that they worked for us, therefore they were a political position, therefore they should be exempt. But as a practical matter, I think in conversations I've had with you, we don't hire and fire. So I don't know what they're being exempt. I guess they'd be exempt. I mean, I don't know what being exempt does for them, although maybe there's something in the salary configuration that's important. Maybe you can help understand that.
Chair Beta, Councilor Marworth, what I think it might help is involving you all in weighing in on the selection. So if we're going to involve political folks in selection of a person who's hired by the city, I think we probably want to make them exempt.
Okay. Well, I guess if there's a reason to make them exempt, great. I thought that we maybe done that by mistake. So, all right. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that I have any much more to add to this discussion. I do think this component of a policy analyst is really important. When, as Carol mentioned, or as Councilor Maraworth mentioned, I have a whole basket of policy work to do. But so I would want this position funded again pretty quickly. This. Going back to the last conversation, there's a lot of work that needs to get done. And as Councilor Lindell mentioned, the council is struggling with all the things on our plate. And I think the realignment into the city attorney's office makes sense for this policy analyst position. This question of a counselor liaison, though, and what that might fill, I think that is kind of that broader conversation. There's this with the discussion of the committee pieces and whether we would make a committee liaison. There's also some work that we need to be looking into with our committee structure. So I would be really hesitant to let go of that position anytime soon. Yeah, I think that's it, that I would not want to wait to fund this position, because again, there's a lot of work that needs to get done. I know that in doing some of the policy work and trying to work with other members of city staff who already have full-time jobs and really don't have the capacity to do that in-depth policy work. And I think in the end, it helps us generate better policy to serve the public. And I do think that the city attorney's office is a more natural fit there. But as has been mentioned, there is this conversation about things like communication and how do counselors communicate out to their constituency. One thing that Jennifer did was newsletters, and I really appreciated those newsletters, and I don't believe those are going out right now. Discussion of how do we set up forums and meetings, and somebody that comes to those with us to assist with some of the constituent outreach. And I think that putting those in separate positions makes sense, because there's 8 of us and a lot of policy. And so having at least one, if not more, policy analysts is important. But then that community engagement from the council as opposed to the city, and understanding how we move that together. I think that's part of that broader conversation. But the policy analyst piece, I support that. So I will yield. Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's not about approving funding, because this position's already funded. It's really about the structure that we want to see. And we have these 2 community or council liaisons and where they should be placed. I actually wasn't asked what I thought about this. I'd like to have more input on that. And also, I'm sure there's other counselors that didn't get asked about what they thought. So I think it's not about not approving this. We all know we need the support, and where it lives, where those positions live, is really the question, not the amount of money to support them. The other piece is we had this community engagement position. It was a completely different position. Where is that? Where's that vacancy? We called it community, I don't know. We called it community engagement, but.
Councilor Chair Abeyta, Councilwoman Villarreal, a few points of clarification. One is I think you're referencing the neighborhood engagement position.
Yep.
I am planning on funding that position. I'm planning on filling that position. I think Councilor Cassett actually is really emphasizing that. I think what we've tried to do the last several years and several council liaisons is that we've been trying to fill too many needs with like one position. And the desire is to really elevate and support the governing body in these identified areas. And that's the intent, is really when we advertise a council liaison, and there's a bunch of different job descriptions, and it's scheduling and maybe community meetings and newsletters and policy. We're looking to cast this wide net and hoping we find one person that can do all of those things and do it for 8 different people and then report to a different supervisor. And what the real intent is to provide quality services to the council members in specific areas of need. And that is why we worked very hard on identifying these areas. And what I unanimously heard was that Jennifer was really great at policy, at doing policy and doing research and being a policy analyst. But if we continue to advertise for a council liaison and hope we get a policy analyst, I don't think we're doing a disservice, honestly, to what the person is. I mean, if we're being very frank, I think if Jennifer had a different title in a different position, it would be a different story. And that's what we're trying to get, is we want a policy analyst to be able to support the council. And to Attorney McSherry's point is that this position, Attorney McSherry doesn't set the policy. The council does. And that's what we're trying to do, is get the council a position that is very qualified, has the education, has the background, and has the synergy to work with, our legislative liaison that's actually drafting legislation. So I really want to just emphasize that the whole idea behind this and the discussions were to stop trying to shove a circle into a square and really get a square into a square and then make another square and fill that square. And I think what we've always struggled with the council liaison positions is the approach. We were trying to find one person that had all the skill sets and served 8 people equally and did all the things. And what we're actually trying and reevaluating is creating specific skill sets and really being able to serve the council in those areas of need at a higher level. So if that, I think, maybe helps. And again, because of the way we are structured, there was the email that was sent that said, please give me your general feedback and I will work on this. I sent you a copy of that email, Councilwoman Villarreal. It did go out to all governing body members. And I think some of these are
I
just
think it's really not
organic
about the title piece. Like, yeah, policy analyzing is needed, and it really depends on how the job description is written. We know in the city we have positions that don't actually match what we need in the position. What's important is actually the job description, and that's where I think we didn't get it right with Jennifer. And maybe we didn't emphasize enough that the policy piece is needed. I don't know. I mean, I don't even remember what the job description said. I guess I'm not talking about what they're called, but where they live and how it's structured, how they work, how it all works together structurally. And that's what I don't understand at this point. And I don't think it needs to be, I think we need to have more conversations, and more counselors need to have input on the structure of it. It's not that we don't want to have these positions filled, but I think it's important to understand how they all work together. How does a neighborhood position also come into play with this? Because that's another piece of our work as policymakers. So there's that position, there's 2 council liaisons, maybe one has more policy emphasis and the other doesn't, but I don't know. I'm just thinking that what was given to us is kind of folded in a weird way. I think that IPRA manager should be something that we approve separately, and the IPRA change. But this other section needs more work, a community engagement / council liaison position. I don't think that needs, I think that there needs to be clarity on that understanding of how it will work with the counselors.
Chair Betha, Councilwoman Villarreal, for clarification, do you mean the neighborhood engagement position?
Sure.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to approve the IPRA manager and the transfer of that, what you're calling PIO / IPRA, what is it? IPRA analysts to approve that piece and then wait to get so that we can work on this other section, the council liaison section.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, under discussion, I guess a question I have, or I don't know if it's a question or a concern, but I'm surprised to see that the transfer of 2 positions even was brought to us, because as we've had these discussions before, it's clear we set the budget, we fund positions or fund freeze, but the movement of positions, where does it get to the point where we're designing the city as councilors, and there's times where we're told, well, that's not within your prerogative. You fund positions or you don't. So, I mean, did we kind of make a bigger issue out of this by even bringing this to us to begin with? Because, I mean, where does it start? Yeah, I mean, because you could get 8 different opinions on this if we, and where do we stop moving positions? Or, so I guess whose call was that, and why? Why are we even dealing with the transferring of 2 positions?
Mr. Chair, councilors, I can go ahead and answer that. Since the transfer, these 2 positions were already funded, the PIO IPRA position that we spoke about earlier, there's an incumbent in that position, and that position was funded. The council liaison, there are 2 council liaison positions in council and constituent services, both of which are funded. One of which is proposed to you tonight to be transferred and reclassified from the Council and Constituent Services Division of the Community Engagement Department over to the City Attorney's Office. That both of the positions that are being proposed for transfer, the budget transfers from the Community Engagement Department over to the General Government Department. In our rules, when a budget is being adjusted between departments, that has to come to the council for approval. The approval that council gives in the spring with our annual budget is at the department level and at the fund level. So anything that crosses funds or anything that crosses departments, the governing body does have to weigh in on again. So it was a technical reason. A reclassification, for example, reclassifying the council liaison position to a policy analyst, that is not something that needs to be brought to the governing body. That falls within the personnel rules, the authority of the city manager to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Lindell, under discussion.
You know what? Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave this alone at this point.
Okay, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't even know why I originally raised my hand, but I don't support this motion. I don't know why. We need that policy person. And I think we need to replace that skill set as soon as possible. And yeah, sure, we can have a conversation about what we do with the other position. And I don't think we need to call them a council liaison in order to have access to them. And I would agree with the city clerk when she says that we've been trying to get too many different skills out of one person who serves all 8 councilors who have different needs and different things that they ask of staff for support. So I really think we're hurting ourselves not to move this position over and get that filled, because we've said multiple times tonight how badly we all miss Jennifer. And honestly, you know, when I was first elected, it was Councilor Abeyta and I who started thinking about, you know, how do we get more support for the council? What do we need? And you know, we propose these liaisons, and you know, we're still trying to figure it out. We're still trying to get it right. And I think, you know, looking at this in terms of what are the skill sets that we need and use. And I think initially we didn't realize that we needed this type of person, these types of skills. And now we do. And I think we all do across the board. And so I don't know why we would wait to get this going. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will keep this brief. I agree with Councilor Romero Worth. I think that these are skill sets that are sorely missed, that we desperately need. We have work that we need to do, and we need support to do that work. And we need somebody that can really help us craft and research policy. It's an issue. We are, in theory, part-time public servants, and having that support to really delve in and do that work is crucial. I think that this is a situation of, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There is a lot of conversation, and I think that there still is a lot more need to really build out what the council needs in order to really do our job. But I think that this is, the end of the day, we're policymakers. I mean, that's our role. We are policymakers, and giving ourselves the ability to move forward with policy is something really important that I think that we need to support. So I agree with Councilor Romero Worth on this. I do not support the current motion on the floor, but I fully understand the desire to really have this conversation and continue to grapple with how do we do this? How do we get the support we really need for the various tasks that we had put on Jennifer, one superhuman individual, and let's see how we can build that out to make sure that all those different roles get done. But this was a key component of it, and I think that we have a viable solution that we should try to fulfill that need that is currently missing since Jennifer left. Thank you.
Okay, so can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilor Cassett.
No.
Councilor Cassett.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you not hear me? Did I disappear? I'm a no on the.
I heard you.
Okay.
I heard you.
Okay.
Okay, so
You're on mute now, Carolyn.
okay, I guess I'm unmuted. I think my hand's slipping. Okay, was that a no, Councilor Cassett?
That was a no. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
No.
Councilor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilor Beta.
No. Okay, can I have another motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
No.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes. Okay, we are on Y, a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the city manager's office of the general government department in the amount of $72,330, including salaries and benefits to fund an existing unfunded chief of staff position. Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to confirm what this position is. My understanding is previously the chief of staff position was housed in the mayor's office, and this one is currently in the city manager's office. My understanding from what the previous, when you were chief of staff, actually, Ms. City Manager, was that it is more of a position that focused on the moving forward the policy aspects of the city as opposed to the internal processes, daily grind of city government. So I am curious why this position is currently housed in the city manager's office.
Thank you, Chairman Abeta, Councilor Cassett. So you are correct in that it originally sat in the mayor's office in the 2019 budget. It moved to the city manager's office. We were in the process of hiring that position. So part of the discussion was, again, all about capacity, right? And so the city manager, there had previously been a deputy city manager. As we were in all of these different iterations, it became very clear. Part of the reason former city manager Litzenberg left was there are too many direct reports, there's too many operational needs. You've got to have some additional support in the city manager's office. I was in the process of, we'd gone through a whole hiring process to bring on a chief of staff in the city manager's office. So doing the operational work of the city and when COVID hit. And we stopped that hiring, and then it hasn't been funded. So that position hasn't existed during my tenure as city manager. The intention in filling this is so that, again, in the new year, with this position to be held by a different person, that they can hit the ground running, have the support. A lot of what's been talked about tonight, we keep talking about capacity, ability to communicate, ability to support the governing body. And that's one of the roles that this position will fill. It's moving priorities, supporting the needs of the council, doing some of the communication. Again, we talk a lot about the number of direct reports, the number of people that are the city manager is responsible to and for. And so this position can really help serve as some of that ongoing communication, that early ability to connect, and really driving the city priorities and council priorities in a way that one human in the form of a city manager cannot. So this position is is directly working in the city manager's office. It is not the position that had previously existed as support to the mayor.
So is this a chief of staff or is this a deputy CM? Because I'm hearing kind of both being described.
The truth is there was a lot of conversation around titles. It's currently funded as a chief, or it's currently on the books as a chief of staff. There had been a fair amount of discussion about whether it should be a deputy, should be a chief of staff. Ultimately, it was settled on chief of staff. So that's how it stands now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know that this was part of our discussion with also the reorg, and the reorg did reduce the number of direct reports to the city manager. And there was this discussion, do we do a reorg and consolidate departments, or do we get a deputy city manager?
And not or.
Okay.
And Chairman Abeyta, Councillor Cassett, the reorg did dramatically reduce the number of direct reports. It went from 17 down to 10. 10 direct reports is still a lot, plus then 8 members of city council. So on a daily basis, then you're looking at, you're back up to 18 in order to do the appropriate level of communicating, right, ongoing, the heads up ahead of time, not afterwards. That's part of what I think really trying to be proactive and supportive in the work. Some of the conversation was around, everything is directed via the city manager, right? And so again, having another place in which some of that can funnel through. I think it's building capacity in the city manager's office anyway. So.
Okay, so I mean, I think one of the things that I'm concerned about is that communication piece. As we've discussed, that's been an area that there has been a lot of consternation and challenge is the communication really coming through to the governing body, as you said, ahead of time. And would this position, would that be one of their primary roles, is really kind of filling as that intermediary between the administration and the council? Is that what I'm hearing?
Chairman Abeyta, Councillor Cassett, I think it's absolutely a core functionality of what this position would be. The coordinating and communicating amongst the governing body, directors, absolutely.
Okay, I'll go ahead and yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you had also pulled this.
I'm going to go ahead and let Councillor Lindell speak.
Councillor Lindell.
Thank you. So what's the annual salary on this?
Chairman Beta, I believe it's listed at, I don't have it in front of me. The bar is 72 and it's for half a year, so I think.
Yeah,
it's
but that's for
144.
half a year with benefits, right?
Right, so I believe it's 144 with benefits for a full year.
So do we have an approximate of what it is without benefits? Like, what's the salary?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I don't know if
You're
Mary.
very muted, Jarrell.
I don't have, Chairman Abeyta, Councilor Lindell, I don't know that off the top of my head. I don't know if Mary or Byrne know the quick calculation without benefits. I don't remember that fact. I can get it to you though.
Is this,
It's the
so
same
is
as
this
it was.
when you say, okay. Same as it was before?
Correct, as when it was funded in 2019.
And do we have a existing job description on this?
Yes. Oh. Chairman Abeyta, Councilor Lindell, yes, I believe so. Bernadette unmuted herself to clarify.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Lindell, yes, we do have a job description for this position.
I'm assuming that we won't fill this position until we have a new city manager.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Lindell, that is correct. It is not, I do not intend to fill this under my tenure. It will be ready, funded and available for the next city manager to hire and fill as they need to.
Okay, so Bern, do you have, Ms. Salazar, do you have the salary without benefits?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Lindell, I believe that I'll confirm, but I believe the salary is 110 annually.
Okay, I'll yield, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Move to approve.
Okay,
I actually was waiting.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Villarreal. And then we'll-
Yeah, I let Councilor Lindell go first because I was coming from the bathroom. I mean, I've been a proponent of having a deputy city manager, ideally. That makes sense. But I mean, overall, I kind of think our structures really needing to have a overhaul since we have a full-time mayor. I don't think we really thought about how all these pieces work together. But this is not going to solve the problem. I'm just saying overall, I think we don't have a very good structure that works the way we thought maybe it was supposed to. But the chief of staff position, so that's exempt. Is that an exempt position?
Chairman Abeyta, Councilor Villarreal, yes, it is exempt.
So does that mean because the city manager serves at the pleasure of the mayor, that this position is the same kind of scenario too?
Chairman Abeyta, Councilor Villarreal, I might defer to Bernadette, but I do know that when I was in the process of hiring this position, we posted it as we would any other position, went through a series of interviews, first round, second round, and I was poised to, it was a mix of internal and external candidates. I was poised to make an offer and then the pandemic hit. So I believe it goes through our regular, hiring processes, and ultimately it's the city manager's decision, through the interview panel. But it's not an appointed position.
Okay, so I'm just making sure that they would go through the regular channels. And that would that also mean that the who interviews is also the mayor?
Chairman Abeta, Councilor Villarreal, I don't know how to answer that question. The mayor was not part of interview panels when I did this previously. So I think that the interview panel is set by the city manager. I don't remember exactly offhand, but I think my interview panel was made up of current directors and myself for first round and second round.
Okay. And then are you re-scoping this or putting it out? I mean, you had already interviewed folks, but are you sending it, the job description goes out and it's the same kind of skill set, or have you modified it?
Chairman Abeta, Councilor Villarreal, I haven't modified the job description since it was previously posted. Again, it is not my intention to be the hiring person for this position. I am trying to set it up so that the next city manager gets the ground running. So the job description exists. They would then begin, they would review it, make any modifications that they deem necessary, and begin the hiring process would be my understanding of the process. So what we're doing now is getting it funded. It's sat obviously unfunded for a long time.
Right.
So we're just setting it up so that it can move.
And the folks that applied previously can apply again?
Of course.
Okay. All right, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second. Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yeah.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Abeta.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to our last item, which is AA, a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the Human Resources Department in the amount of $54,362 to fund and create one new FTE, an HR recruitment specialist. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this, let's see, the memo didn't really give much information about how this came to be, and the background around it, like why was this a position that we had in the past administrations? Or was this a role that somebody else took that now the staff feels like they need to have it separated as its own position? Can you give us more details about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Councilor Villarreal. This is a new position. This role is a little bit different. We're trying to be responsive to the hiring and the immediate contact that we need to have with applicants because of the lay of the land with all organizations who are really struggling with recruitment. So the idea of this position is that we would be assisting the departments, the hiring departments, as more than we currently are, because we don't have the capacity right now. But the intentions of this position is to have them help the hiring departments to actually set up the interviews. So not only screen the applications, but set up interviews and make that more immediate contact with the applicants and stay in constant communication, make sure that the interview process happens in a timely fashion. And then once we get the request from the hiring department, that person would shepherd that whole process through in hopes that we would get this person, new hire in a more timely fashion. So it's actually providing more assistance to the hiring departments. So a little bit different than what we've been doing before, but the HR team has really put together some really good ideas, and we feel that this would really help us in our recruitment efforts.
Thank you, Director Salazar. And so who used to do this?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Villarreal, it is something that the hiring departments are doing right now. This would also include reference checks, previous employment checks, those functions. So it's at the department level now. So we would hope that, and probably one person isn't even enough, but this will get the ball rolling to see if this idea could work and alleviate some of the stresses from the hiring department.
Thank you. I think what I'd like to see with this position is efficiency, which you described in terms of shepherding that process. Where I see as a deficit is when we have staff screening applicants, they don't see a big picture and they're not necessarily looking at job experience that may be applicable because it's not black and white. And I know that's, you all have the expertise in that, but I think that I want to make sure that that person can see a holistic job description. I know in the past we've had job descriptions that didn't match the actual job, and staff was needing to have somebody help them with that process. And I'm hoping, and maybe you could tell me, is this position going to be able to support that? If there's a need to make the job description more applicable, that this recruitment specialist can work with the department head or whoever's trying to get the position filled, that they would be able to support that process.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Villarreal, that process is happening now. So department heads always have the opportunity to make changes to a job description before it's posted. And we actually highly encourage that, because you're absolutely correct that some of our job descriptions are outdated and don't really match up to the needs of what the hiring department is looking for. So that is happening already. I do agree that we can do more training with the hiring supervisors to let them know, this is what you should be looking for, and guiding them through that process before they even request to post the job. I think that's really important, but that is happening now.
Okay. I hope with this position that can be strengthened, just the efficiency of getting positions, screening applicants, communicating with those applicants, so they don't just nobody tells them whether or not that position was filled, that there's a way that we can communicate back with people like, hey, we filled this position. Thanks for applying. Hope you can apply for another position. I've heard from community members that they never heard anything back. Nobody responded to them. They reached back to folks saying, hey, what happened to this position? I've been waiting to hear back. So is that what you're envisioning the specialist would be doing?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Villarreal, yes, that's exactly what the intention is of this position, to have more communication with the applicants, to include, if they are not selected, letting them know of other opportunities that are available, and just having that dialogue with applicants.
Great. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Anything else from the committee?
Move to approve.
We have a motion and I'll second it. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes. Okay, so that concludes all of our business matters from staff.
Mr. Chair, councilors, we have no additional matters at this time with the committee.
Great. Matters from the committee.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilman Romero Worth.
I am going to take this opportunity, even though the hour is late, and we have been through a lot. I just want to thank you for your service to the city. I want to thank you for your leadership of this committee over the last, I think, almost 4 years, and how you have handled putting together budgets and keeping the city on track with the help of the finance department. And I just want to say I'm going to miss you, and I enjoyed working with you, and we'll see you down the road somewhere, I hope.
Great. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you, Mr. Chair.
you. I mean, it's, thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to state that this process with the budget adjustments would have been a lot easier if the memos were clear and had more detail about the actual positions instead of the cut and paste that we got for every single memo. It's very frustrating to get that because all that information was in the overarching document, and that was appropriate where it was placed. I think it was just helpful to have that like overarching, but each position that we're trying to do a budget adjustment and changes really needs to give background about that position or any vacancies that existed and why that was the case. And it should have been specific to that instead of the cut and paste. And that I just hope in the future that we'd have that, just because this is a lot of information to absorb. And if we needed more time to explain these, we should take them. And so just wanted to make that known. And then on a positive note, I do appreciate all that you've done, Chair Rita, and working with you, and just in all the times that we've actually worked together, even previous to council, just appreciated your opinions and just letting people have space to be able to talk and on the committee and being able to share our opinions, even though we don't necessarily agree all the time. So thank you for shepherding that for us and facilitating our meetings well. And I will miss you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your work.
Thanks. Councilwoman Cassette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also want to share my sentiments and my gratitude for both you as acting as the chair of this committee, as well as just being able to work with you on the council. You have been an incredible mentor as coming in. I guess I'm not that new anymore, but when I was, really that support. When I had questions, you were just such a wonderful resource. And I will very much miss you as well. And thank you so much for your leadership, for your dedication to your service to the city, and for being such a wonderful co-counselor and friend.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not really going to miss you because I'm going to keep seeing you. But it's been nothing but a pleasure. You've been a wonderful mentor on chairing committees, how that should be done, the work that you put in, and with the finance department. Took us through some tough times, and you always kept your finger on the pulse. You didn't the tough times, but also it's like, yeah, we got a little money. We don't have to spend it all right now. But you also have always been terrific in helping to form that North Side, South Side alliance. And it's important. And, like I said, I won't miss you because I'll continue to see you, but I'm truly grateful to have spent the last couple of years working with you. It's been a lot of fun, and we've gotten a lot of good things done. So thank you, Ramon.
Yeah, thank you. And I couldn't have asked for a better committee, and we got through all these tough budgets together, the 5 of us. And I didn't have to do a lot of talking because you all asked the questions I was going to ask, or you said the things that I was thinking. In fact, Councilwoman Romero Worth, she probably does that the most. But I appreciate all of you and the relationships, and I'll just, yeah, I mean, it's not really goodbye. We're going to continue to communicate and talk. And Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm going to see you all the time with my brothers in downtown and everywhere. We're like family, you know. But I, like I said, this was great being able to chair this committee, because I've said it all the time. Your chair is only as good as its committee, and you were all awesome, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you, and I will continue to pursue you, all of you. So. Okay, with that, our next meeting is Monday, January 3rd. We are adjourned.